G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything. Got some DayZ today. We're going to try and find a vehicle of some kind, some transport. Just makes things a little bit easier for exploring and getting around, especially when it's raining. Also like to clarify something too. Yesterday when in my stream, I was talking about, generation Gen Z and how Gen Z getting blamed for shit. I did a little bit of more research into that today, and I found out that, I'm not Gen Z. Turns out I'm Generation X. Huh. I knew I said last night, I'm not too sure if I'm close to Gen Z or I'm either like close to it or something, but no, it turns out I'm Gen X and I'm far from Gen Z. There's Gen X. Then there's Gen Y, then there's Gen Z. It's like, okay. So I got this. So the next question I got right now is, if I'm Generation X, why do some of the people that are Generation Z look way older than me? Okay, so according to the Google, Generation X, my generation, is between the years 1965 and 1980. Majority of the people born in 1980 fall under the category of Gen Y, or also known as millennials, where I fall in the generation of Generation X, also known as Echo Boomers. The generation before that was my mum, which was a baby boomer. And the generation before that was called the silent generation. And that was all the way up to 45. 46 to 64 is baby boomers. And then, of course, as of 2026, if you're between the ages of 14 and 26, they're considering you the digital natives, that you were born in the era of internet, social media, digital iPhones, and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. I don't know who came up with these, who comes up with this. No one's ever asked me my opinion, whether I agree or not. No one's ever checked in with me. So, I don't know who actually comes up with this kind of shit, but all right. That's fine. Haven't been using my games room much, so every now and then I look on my table and it's a little fucking dusty. Eto pica. I've got my door open at the moment, so everybody in my house can probably hear me. I'm not trying to be loud or anything. I'm sure Topeka will walk up and shut the door. The door had been shut all day, so I'm just letting the stuffiness of the room. It was a bit stuffy, so I'm just letting that get out before I worry about the door being closed. It's just a bit warm and stuffy. I couldn't sit in here with it shut. That's enough about my existential crisis. How's everyone else's life going? Okay, so we're going to look for a car. Yesterday, me and Taz were talking about Taz from Taz Made This. We were talking about, he's in the UK, I'm in Australia. If we try to get into a game of DayZ together, it's laggy. If he gets into my server, it's laggy. If I get into his server, it's laggy. My server's in Sydney, his ones are in the UK, because that's where he feels comfortable, because he doesn't lag. If I use the UK ones, I lag. If he uses the Australian ones, he lags. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some sort of like competition-y type thing, work out a couple of competition things, and he'll play on a server his end, and I'll play on a server my end, and we'll see how we go. One of it's going to be, we're thinking, maybe a race from one point to another. But that's a bit hard to set up due to the fact of you got to try and spawn in the right locations. He doesn't want to be waiting around for me. Why, if he spawns in at the start line and I don't, he doesn't want to wait around for me to continue respawning until I find the same spot that he's at, and vice versa. So we'll have to come up with some rules, but it is something we're thinking about doing in the future, just as a little, let's see how we can go on it. I've already said he'll beat me. He's going to beat me. Doesn't matter how many hours you got in the game. I don't know how many hours, I don't know how many hours Taz has in the game, but I've watched him play DayZ, and he's got a different style of playing than I do. He's willing to take a few more chances. Where I'm more of a, you know what, I'm going to sit back and let that pass. So he's more willing to just go and do it and willing to take a bit of a sprint where I'm not. So, yeah. Jesus Christ, it's foggy as fuck here. What happened? That's a Roddy. That's a Roddy. That's a nada. That's a goodie. That's a Roddy. That's a goodie. That's a Roddy. Every single apple was a Roddy. Every single one of them was a Johnny. A Johnny Rotten. Well, you're still there. Yeah. And I want that. I want firewood. Oh, it's only just going morning time. That's good. Yeah, man, come on the fuck. Aha. All right, let me just... Come on. Excuse me. That's a dried one. I think I might have miscalled that one before, Ed. I might have called it a rotten one when it was a dry one. My bad. Ah, that's a good one. Now it's changed because there's a rotten that was there before. I think you can get more out of these if you break the trees down, but I don't want to break the trees down because I need them to be there. Nothing in there, just a burlap sack. Take that. I'm not seeing anything else in here. I'm going to go up to the other houses, have a look, empty them out. A lockpick. Oh, thank you. You sexy beast. I like lockpicks. I like to get them, right? And I like to lock certain doors on certain buildings. Ones that make it obvious you should really enter this way and this way only, because it's the safest way to enter in without getting mobbed by the Zeds, the zombies. I know the DayZ developer said they're not zombies, they're just infected. It's like, yeah, zombies. You've got signs in the game saying they're zombies, so game developers, you know, it was put in there. It's like, that's what they are, they're zombies. No, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Who says? The fucking game. You know what? I'm going to get rid of that because my backpack holds 36. And if I make that other backpack, it's only going to hold 35. So there is no point at all to no point at all to make that bag. I mean, I don't like this bag on my back, I'm going to be honest. I prefer... dry bag. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Okie dokie. Don't mind me, everyone. I'm just checking some messages and shit while I'm here. Okay, so the area I might go to have a look for cars is I might go to the back of Northwest Airfields. I think that might be the best area to go. There we go. I should start getting warm now. I mean, I had a 2+ heat buff when I left Northwest Airfield, so I'm assuming it's going to be the same. That I'll get that again. Easily, because, well, 2 pieces of wood should get that for me. I'm going to stay here until it runs out. That's the big problem in DayZ. It's one of the issues. you'll go, you need to get around and you've got to go get warm and then you can move around. But then the time it takes for you to get warm, it could also start raining. And that forces you to either make a choice. You're going to go running in the cold, getting wet, or you're just going to sit back in a house and wait for the rain to bypass. And that can make it so then you're just, sitting around. And you don't want to be just sitting around. You want to be able to be moving and mobile and all that sort of stuff, because it can be a bit boring, especially if you're watching someone just sitting there. Anyone that plays DayZ understands, but if you're new to the game, you might be thinking, why is this guy just sitting around? It's because unfortunately it's not in my best interest to go running out. This is what I'm doing now, that collecting the firewood and starting the fire. I have to do that anytime I get soaked so I can dry off. I mean, I can wring out some stuff. That'll help for sure, but I need a little more than that. Some multivitamins would be bloody good. So there I was thinking I was Gen Z, and it turns out I'm actually Gen X. I'm older than I thought. Sad. Just want that second heat buff. There's a plus symbol there next to the heat, bottom right hand corner, where it's yellow. And I just want that second one to stop pulsating, and that's when it will be ready, and I'll be able to just, well, hopefully just go. But it is foggy out there, and I can't tell if it's gonna, like, what's gonna happen. I like the fog, to be honest. I think it looks cool. I mean, she looks ready. Alright, let's go. I do not have enough water with me. So I'm going to have a drink. Now I'm going to go head back out to Northwest Airfields, and I'm going to have a look around that area for a car rather than down near the coast. I did what I wanted to do last night. I wanted to go to Northwest Airfields and grab some empty bottles and bring them down and put them inside the barrel there. So if anyone turns up there, they can get some fresh water at the well and they'll be fine. I personally don't mind if it's in first person or third person or whatever. Doesn't worry me. I've had people say, no, you should be in first person all the time. You should never be in third person. Not to me. They've never said it directly to me. They've been in their own streams and, you know, they've talked about, you know, how first person's better in this game and people shouldn't be in third person because when they're in third person they can angle themselves near a fence to be able to look over a fence, but you can't do it when you're in first person. And I was thinking to myself, when he said that, I was thinking, because he was like, oh, because you wouldn't be able to look over someone's fence in real life because you can't do it in real life because everybody looks through first person. And I said, yes, you can. You jump. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. But I generally switch from one to the other depending on what my situation is. If for some reason I need to pull out my weapon and I need to use my weapon, my firearms, then there's a good chance as soon as I'm, you know, going to shoot, I always go first person. In fact, you go there for now. So I'd be like, I'd go like that. And yes, I know I could go up through the woods and on an angle and all that to get to where I need to go, blah, 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 check out my beard. But, no. I mean, there's chances I might find vehicles along the roads more than find them in the bushes. So sometimes when I'm going along roads, it's because I'm checking for certain things. Do 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 do. Oh, I was watching this short, and I felt the need to comment. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't hide. If I see something, I'll make a comment. I don't do it in a different account or anything like that. I do it with this account. So I'll make comments on all sorts of videos. And I made this comment where they were talking about a certain politician in the world, and this certain politician in the world is pretty much despised by 70% of the population on Earth. 70% of the population on Earth can see what this politician's doing and know he's a dick. So I put in the comments, he's a dick. And the person who ran the channel said, there's no need for that type of language. Now, the person themselves that put the video up was also explaining how this particular politician is a dick. To which I said to him back, sorry, but if you don't like the human language, sucks to be human. There's a lot more better words I could have used to describe this particular politician. And I think saying he's a dick was the softest way, like his dick, was the softest way I could express my opinion on this particular, did I almost say president? Meant to say politician, winky winky. But yeah, it was, the person was also talking about First Amendment rights. Now, First Amendment rights, if you're in America, that's your right to freedom of assembly, free speech, freedom of press, freedom to record in public, and all those types of beautiful, wonderful things. We have that here in Australia as well. A lot of countries have that. It's not special just because it's in America, but it is a very special thing that is a privilege to be able to have the freedom to be able to call your politicians a dick when they're being a dick. Now, in all fairness, this particular person who put the video up, in all fairness to them, they didn't use the word dick themselves. They didn't use anything that could be considered as a swear word, I guess, or a cuss word, depending where you are. So they didn't use any language like that. I just went, he's a dick. And, you know, the guy's right. If he doesn't want that type of language in his chat or commented on his videos, he's 100% within his rights to, you know, do that. But rather than saying to someone, you don't have to use that type of language, I don't know why people don't just go into... This person's got like a few million followers. I don't know why they don't just go into their YouTube studios and put... If you don't like that type of language, why don't you just go and put every single swear word you can think of in the block list, the ban list? So if anybody tries to type it in, they get told, oh, you sure you want to put that? You might have to edit that. You know, or it just doesn't show up in someone's chat. You can easily do that, guys. It saves a lot of interaction that you don't need to have that makes you sound like a dick. I mean, people can say, hey, Zombie, you sound like a dick by saying he's a dick in someone's chat. You weren't respectful. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can see that. I can see that. I might not agree 100%, but okay, I see that. You know, it's not my channel. Fair enough. But there's certain words I don't want used in my chat, so I put them in the block list, so then I never have to worry about saying, hey, you can't use that word in my chat. I don't want people using that word in my chat. You know, it just makes it a lot easier. me, look, everybody, you have your own channels, guys. You have the ability to do whatever you want your own channel. It is not for me to tell you how to run your channel, just like it's not for anybody else out there to tell me how to run mine. Advice, you know. Sure, I mean, we can advise each other and our friends and people we care about that stream and that. You know, we can go, hey, man, maybe do this, maybe do that. You know, one thing I never do is I never tell anybody what they should and shouldn't talk about in their own streams. You know, I've been in a couple of streams and I'll be in the chat and someone will mention politics or religion or something like that in the chat. And then the host will talk about it a little bit. And then someone eventually, it'll start getting a little heated or, you know, something, not really heated, but, you know, you start realizing that this is, it's getting a bit not talking about the game or not talking about any other, and it's just getting really one direction now, this particular conversation. And then the person will go, well, I really don't like talking about those particular subjects. Well, me, I'm the type of person that I don't have a problem. I'll talk about anything. I won't, you know, either I'll bring it up or if someone else brings it up in chat, if I feel like talking about it, I'm going to talk about it. You know, I know how to ignore a message as well. And I know how to say, no. Oh, zombie, give me your thoughts on what you think of this person. Nah, thanks. You know, nah. Why not? Because I got no opinion, or because what I've got to say is not worth saying, or, you know, I don't feel like talking about it right now. And once you get into that conversation a little bit, sometimes we feel obligated to continue the conversation because we're trying to respect the person in the chat that's raised the conversation. And we don't feel like cutting them off and going, all right, I don't want to talk about it no more. Because 9 times out of 10, if for some reason the other person is feeling, if for some reason, okay, you take 2 people, right? When someone raises any type of subject matter, and there's a subject matter where there could be 2 opposing views on it, eventually one person is just going to concede, I can't, you know, you can't change my mind, I can't change your mind, whether they're trying to change each other's minds or not. They'll concede that they're at that impasse that they can't change anything, and they're not saying anything new, they're just circling. And one of them will go, all right, I think we need to stop here. The other person always believes, yeah, I won that debate. That's not how that works. So, you know, it's quite fine to go, yeah, all right, we're circling now. Unless we both got something new to say, let's just pause right here and we'll get back to this conversation another time. But again, that's all up to the host of a channel. It's up to them how they want to do it. I mean, I've learned new phrases on YouTube that I never knew about, never heard in my life. I've learned lots of new phrases. And most of it's through trolls. Yeah, trolls like the... Trolls... don't get me started on trolls. There's probably people in chat there right now thinking, we didn't even get you started on politicians. Let alone fucking trolls. Trolls. You gotta love them, right? You got to love them. Anyone that tries to bring you down, just know you must be doing something right if someone's trying to bring you down for no reason. I had it plenty of times. I remember this one fucking dickhead. He was subscribed to me for ages, and then someone I was playing DayZ with decided to let some 14-year-old fucking kid join my party. Right? Because that kid was playing DayZ too. And he let this 14-year-old kid join the party. And I was like, I don't want a kid in my party, man. And so I finished up the stream and I ended the party. And then the next day I went and did a stream again. And the same person invited the 14-year-old again. I was like, dude, I don't want this fucking kid in my fucking chat. Because this kid was 14 years old. And he was going on about Donald Trump being the best thing since sliced bread. This is when Donald Trump was first president. And he kept on using the N-word and saying that they all should be eradicated. And I said to the person that I was playing with, the first time this guy came in and started talking like this, which is why I ended my stream. My wife is black. My kids are black. My grandkids have black fucking DNA in them. I'm multi-raced myself. It's not... Wasn't interested in... I didn't want to listen to that, and I didn't want to listen to that while I'm trying to stream. It's not what I was here for. And then... I said to him, on the second time I was live, my friend invited him back in again. I was thinking, my friend's not learning. And I don't play with that person anymore either, because if you don't learn the first time, you don't learn the second time, you're not getting a third opportunity. You're done. That's how it works with me. When we're talking about, you know, if I say, please don't bring that person into my chat into my party while we're streaming, and someone keeps bringing them in, no, I'm going to fucking, eventually I'm not going to be inviting that person to the party either. If they're going to keep inviting other people that I don't want in there. Especially while I'm live, you know. Because people say some shit that upsets people. It's okay if I say stuff because I can defend myself. I'm here. I got to, you know, my name, my reputation... I got to stand by what I say or correct anything that I've misspoken about. You know, it's my channel. I'm responsible for it. I'm not going to let someone else bring my channel down. If it's going to fall, it's going to be because of my own stupidity or my own mistakes, not for someone else. So that's why when it comes to the channel, I still played video games with this person, but I wouldn't go live. But the person I ended up blocking the actual kid himself. And on this particular day, after he got pulled back into the stream again, and not only did I block him, I had a subscriber in my channel say that he's done, he's never coming back to my channel ever again, and that I can go get fucked. All because I said to the kid, oh, shut the fuck up. Trump's a fucking dictator. Right? So this guy was like, no, fuck you. Trump's not a dictator. You can go and get fucked. Worst fucking channel ever. It's like, this guy was praising me every fucking day whenever he came in. Good channel. Love your channel. As soon as I said that one thing, right? So, Trump ends up losing the election. Joe Biden wins it. Trump ends up going up again, and Trump states himself, day one, I'm going to work like a dictator. It's like, hello? When I fucking called you a dictator, I got hate. When you call yourself a dictator, I bet this cunt's ready to suck your dick. Now, my opinion, like the guy liking Trump, the kid, he liking Trump, did not care about that. It was his comments regarding black people and any Mexicans, Hispanics, African Americans, people from Hades, people from the UK, anyone that wasn't what he deemed to be white America. And he flat out said that he is a racist. He told me his dad was a grand wizard at the KKK. So I started making jokes about that sort of shit later on. That I bet he's all pissed off because, you know, he put his granddaddy's his fucking grand wizard robe on, his dad's grand wizard robe on, got fucking stains on it or something. Now he's trying to get it washed and no dry cleaners will wash it for him. You know, he's going to get a flogging from his dad. So I started making jokes. Why? Because I can. About a week later, I learned a new phrase. Now, I'm gonna say this phrase. Now, I want everybody to understand this phrase does not mean the same thing in Australia. Okay? So, when I heard it, I had no idea what the fuck it was and what it meant. It's not a common phrase used in here in Australia. But this person came into my chat and said, "You're a racist." And I said, "What? No, I'm not." And they went, "Yes, you are." I was like, I don't think so. Pretty sure I'm not. Then they said, "You were playing DayZ the other day and you said, 'I don't like this porch monkey.'" And I was like, "What the fuck's a porch monkey?" And he said, "A black person." I was like, "Huh?" Look, we don't have monkeys in the wild here in Australia. No monkeys in Australia. Thailand and Asia and all that sort of stuff. And Africa, sure. But in Australia, no. Not here. So it wasn't a phrase that's used. Of course I didn't know what it meant. And I said to the person, "Which stream?" And he was like, "Oh, it was one from a week ago." I said, "Which stream? I'll have a look." And he goes, "You just deleted it." I was like, "You haven't even told me which stream it is. How could I delete a stream without knowing which stream it is that quickly?" And I make a point of not deleting any of my streams. I don't remove any of them. I think it is the worst thing anybody can do. I think it is. I believe it really is the worst thing people can do is to remove a stream. You know? Just label it something different or just know that you don't have to. Look, again, people's channels, do what you want with them. Personally, I don't remove the streams because continuity. There's no point removing it because it happened. People seen it. I don't know if someone screen recorded it or not. You know, I don't know if anybody screen records parts of my streams. I don't know. But what I do know is I've never used that phrase before in my life until the first day when I asked him, "What the fuck's a porch monkey?" Now, there might be people out there thinking to themselves, "Zombie, you're using a racial slur." No. No. A racial slur really becomes a racial slur when you use it to define a person. I'm not using it to define a person. And I'm using it in the context of how it was delivered and using it to explain exactly why I was stumped on what it meant. I live in Australia. We don't have any monkeys in the wild here, so I didn't know that it was referring to a person. It wasn't even something that was big here in Australia on that sort of thing with... I got called a monkey every now and then when I was climbing in and out of trees. Me and my Aboriginal friends used to get called monkeys all the time, climbing in and out of the trees. We were climbing in and out of trees. I never thought it had anything to do with colour of skin. guess I was naive on that, and guess I was just culturally ignorant to the rest of the world to know that that phrase is considered a racial slur. Now, in no means am I apologising for using this phrase tonight or before, because I'm not using it as a racial slur. I'm just be a descriptive of what happened. Is the best way I could probably put it. There's always a chance someone's going to go, nah, you said it, therefore you are. Nah, fuck them. Don't care. What I will say is this. Never, once I made fun of that bastard for going, right, you really think that I managed to delete that? I don't even know what stream, and you want everybody to believe in my chat, and everybody that watches this stream, you want them to believe that I somehow managed to magically know exactly what stream you're talking about and deleted it right there and then before anybody got to see it. Because that's what he tried to indicate. He tried to indicate that everybody in my chat was going to go check out the stream and see that I'm a racist and that I just deleted it to save myself. It's like, no. I'm not that clever. I have a good memory, but not enough to know what I say word for word in every single fucking stream. At that particular time, most of my streams went for like 7-8 hours. I don't fucking know what I don't even know what the first thing I said is, except for, "G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything." After that, no idea what I've said at the beginning of this stream. Brain just goes, words, spit out. And then brain goes afterwards, what those mean? I don't know. You said them. Okay. Now, the trolls pretty much all sort of... this person kept trying and trying and trying for at least another 3 weeks. And there was just nothing. I just kept on... I don't know. Trolls just seem to... I think they seem to bother some people, and some people crumble under them. And then others, like myself, don't. And I think that's because deep down inside, just remember, it's your channel. You know, your channel. Do whatever you want with your channel. Don't let anybody else try and tell you otherwise. You know, don't let trolls, don't let me... You know, just because I might go into a comment section and go, yeah, that guy's a dick, right? Okay, fine, that guy didn't want me to say dick in his chat. Fine. It's your channel. But it's your channel, guys. You know. You get to run your channel however you want. I leave my videos all up because, you know, there's no point taking them down. It's all there. They're unedited. Anybody believes I've done anything wrong or anything like that, go look through my videos, man. Unlike the Epstein files, it's all fucking there. I haven't blurred anything, haven't edited anything out. And yeah, you'll find a couple of my videos I've used the N-word. Oh, shocker. Do you know why? Because I was explaining that it's a word. And it was in context. Of course, me saying I've used the N-word while live sounds really bad, but I'm sure if the smart people out there were to find that particular stream, it's still there, they would understand, that's how we use the N-word. Got it? No. Some things did show up a little late here in Australia. Right? Like the phrase N-word. I don't mean the actual word. The actual word, yeah, I'd heard that plenty of times. The actual concept that it was referred to by Americans as the N-word, I use in air quotes, no, I hadn't heard it rephrased to as that. So when my kids were going to a school and there were some kids using the word at the school, all the kids got told that they weren't allowed to use it. And my kid said to me, we're not allowed to use the N-word. Everybody got told they're not allowed to use the N word, and I was like, and they were like, we don't know what the N word is though, because no one said the word. Everybody was too frightened to say the actual word. They were just referring it to the N word. And I was thinking, well, if you're trying to explain it to a child that that word's not appropriate, and you go, don't use the N word, right? Is that November? Never? Nostradamus? Nile? Needles? Need? Nappy? Napoleon? What N-word exactly was it? So unfortunately, I explained to my chat that I had to actually say the word, and I used the word. I had to actually say that word to my children, so then they go, oh, that word. Yeah, teachers weren't clear on that, and my kids were really young at the time. The teachers weren't clear on it. So sometimes, yeah, just explaining that words are words makes people think the wrong thing. G'day, Tens, how you going, mate? But that N-word that I'm talking about there, that's one of those words that is also in my list of banned words, both with the A and the hard ER. I've also got the word that starts with an F that rhymes with maggot, also banned, because, you know, well, I just do. I don't find it a vulgar word or anything like that. But I just think that it's, you know, in Australia, it's used. So is poofter. Poofter doesn't sound too bad, but it's used. And yeah, some people might go, that's a gay slur. It's like, come on. It's not the worst one. It's kind of funny, you know. And if you're going to have, you know, Tim Mitchell sing 5 poofs and 2 pianos, and that be okay to be on the Jonathan Ross show, then, it's fine. So, some words are just uncool and not needed. The N-word, here's the thing. The N-word itself, it comes from Americans' ignorance, okay? Because Spanish people tried saying, yeah, negra. Because in Spanish, negra means da-da-da-da-da, black. But at that particular time, that white American that came up with using it the other way around was too retarded to realise he couldn't pronounce it. That's how the word came about. It's an American's mispronunciation of the Spanish word for black. Language is cool. I don't mind, like, even the words that people go, like you said, there are some words that are uncool and just not needed. You're right, there are. However, I don't want to make it sound like there's a but there's a but. However, to act like those words don't actually exist, you know, is also, they exist. Just explaining the words exist, you know. I think Joe Rogan said it best years ago. He did this comedic show and he said there's 3 words you can't say. You know, you can't say the N-word. Just saying the N-word itself and explaining that it's a word that exists can get you into trouble. You can't say cunt because you can't, like, you can't get into an argument with your wife and she's yelling at you and you go, shut up, cunt, because it's like domestic violence in a word. And then you can't say the word love because you have to mean it. You can't just say love, 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 love. You have to actually mean it. It's a dangerous word. Saying it without meaning it is dangerous. Now, whether anybody else agrees with Joe Rogan or anything like that, just on those points, explaining that words exist and they do exist, whether you like it or not. You know, they exist. I always figure, yeah, those words exist, cool. Just don't you be the one caught saying them. You know, just don't go saying them. It's easy. I prefer a more original put down. Yeah, me too. I feel like if you try to put me down with a name you've used for a lot of other people, you're not really being personal to me. I can't really take like if you want to hate me for who I am or the colour of my skin or something like that, and you use the same word, I feel like your hatred's not really that deep. You couldn't even come up with something personal to attack me. It had to be something that was used for a group. You know, just like, come on, give me something personal. Show me how much you hate me by giving something personal that attacks me personally. Yeah, you're right. No one ever does that. They just give you a Groupon fucking word. Here's a word. It attacks a whole group. Which part of the group am I? Oh, you're in the word. Ah, that doesn't make sense. You know what's funny, though? I know you say that, right? But this is how I feel about the word. I'm the only one on YouTube that's got emojis with it. So when people try to tell people you can't use that word on YouTube, I want you to just remember, YouTube approved my emojis. Along with the fuck one. But YouTube's also said that they've also got in the list of vulgar words, they've got slut is right up there with cunt and bitch. It's like, really? I know there's women out there that'd rather get called a bitch than a slut or a cunt. And again, just explaining it. Yep, that's a word. You know, it exists. Whenever I'm streaming with people, I always try to refrain from using it because if they're streaming as well, it's their channel as well, so I got to be careful and not say the wrong thing and try not to, you know, upset anyone and all that sort of stuff. They've got followers, you know, their followers might not like certain words, so I got to sort of, you know, really control. And honestly, I do find it hard. I find it really hard to be able to actually, like I said, when I say my brain just spits out words, that's all it does. I don't have any. I actually do not have any control over that. My brain's not wired to think. It actually hurts. You know when people say, "I'm thinking," and then you go, "Oh, I bet that hurt." No, it actually does for me because I have to slow my brain down and force my body not to automatically say something, and it's a real struggle on the mind. It can actually literally give me a headache, get pain behind my eyes, and it's like a fucking weird form of Tourette's. Yeah, it's all about context. Everything's about context. I think that should be its own course in high school, you know, or in that period of time before, you know, when you're starting to really learn English and you're starting to learn about homophones and, you know, abbreviations, anagrams, and, you know, stuff like that. When you start learning about that sort of stuff, context should also be its own course, and it should be given at least 6 weeks to learn how context works. And how words used in certain context, okay, I don't have to like the word, but it's being used in this context. So, yeah, I totally agree with that. Context is the big one. Oh, you're right. Flippant and other intended to shock. And I'm sure my brain uses those words for both reasons, but I just can't control that part. I know that sounds like a cop out. Oh, guy can't control. He's able to control this and that. He can control his bladder and tie his own shoes, but somehow can't figure out how to fucking not say bad words. Yep. Medically diagnosed and everything. And if people think, well, that's bullshit. It's like, no, it's not bullshit. It's lonely. Try making fucking friends and keeping work with that. It's lonely. Social life is almost non-existent because of it. So, yeah, my brain does both, and I'm not always in control, which sucks because I hate it because it's stopped me from being able to do certain things. I can't go to certain events because I don't want to look like a dick. Can't do certain things around my kids when they're growing up because I might come across as can't be swearing around kids. So kind of like a pain in the ass. I mean, it is a pain in the ass. You know what? Yeah, I was like mid-teen years when I found out what that word meant. But here's the thing: I'd heard the word, but anytime they'd used it in a sentence, I was always mistaking context for content, and they're thinking that content must have been some sort of opposite of intent. So I was misconfusing it. I was confusing that word myself. Misconfused? No, misconfusing is not confused. So confused. Yeah, I was confusing the word myself. The first time someone said to me, "See you next Tuesday," I went, "Oh my God." And they were like, "What? You know what it means, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, but it's stupid." And they're like, "Why?" I said, "Well, you got C. Yeah, that's the first letter. And it also sounds like the word see, like you're looking. Yeah, that's why I said it. Okay. And then you went U because it's a letter U, right? Yeah, yeah. And then, but it also sounds like that U, like Y-O-U, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you went next as in N-E-X-T, and then tomorrow, like T-O-M-M-O-R-O-W. It's like you literally went letters that sound like a word, letter that sounds like a word, then a word that represents the letter, and another word that represents the letter. It's like, why couldn't you just come up with 4 words that represent the letter instead of being so fucking goddamn dyslexic about it? And I'm dyslexic myself, so I know what it's like. And that is the most dyslexic fucking thing I've ever heard, when someone goes, "I don't want to say the word cunt, so I'll be clever and go, see you next Tuesday." And it's like, you're literally just saying it. You just think you're clever saying it in a different way. Just say it. At this point, you're better off just saying it. It's like when people go, "For frig's sake," or "fluff and hell," or "fluff and heck." It's just say fucking hell. Just say "for fuck's sake." You pretty much automatically saying it. "Oh, I've got kids." Okay, fine. You get an exemption. It's fine. Again, it all falls under the you do you, you know. You know what, Tess? It probably is a part of the English lesson, and both you and me just didn't pay attention, or was playing hooky, or, fingering our girlfriend at lunchtime behind the fucking school sports shed or something. I don't know. I don't know what you'd done at high school, but, you know, never know. We probably just missed out on it. But, yeah, I mean, oh, and beforehand, I thought I was Gen Z. It turns out I'm actually Generation X. I think it's I don't know. I don't know. I was born in the 70s, and everybody smoked cigarettes around me. People would drink and drive. People would swear. I'd listen to Kevin Bloody Wilson as a fucking 7-year-old. You know, that's highly explicit language. Worse than anything Eminem's ever put out. If we're going language-wise. And yeah, Gen X. I kept saying Gen Z yesterday in my stream, but I meant to say Gen X. Topeka's Gen Z, though. Yeah, I missed a lot of lessons too. I didn't do a lot of high school. I was working. That's a difference too. My generation, you didn't finish high school. There's a good chance you were probably working. Or just not doing anything. Mine was a combination of both, working and not doing anything, and then working and not doing anything. It wasn't always working, but yeah, there was work. When I was younger, I worked for a lot of people, and there was always cash under the table. So, you know, I get paid, and I didn't even get to keep the money. It all went to my mum anyway. And, you know, any injuries or anything like that happened, didn't really have any legal discourse to be able to do anything about it. Does that mean if we get three Generation X people together, it's basically a porno fucking corporation? Because there's triple X, right? No? Am I reading too much? I'm reading too much into it, aren't I? Zombie. Just stop trying to fucking get yourself into the porn industry. It's never going to happen. No one wants to see you naked. Just come to terms with it. Make peace with it. Never going to happen. I was being a bad lad, smoking cigs. Yeah, no, yeah, I could tell you a few things that I used to get up to, but I think you and me are in the same boat. We can't talk about it too much because we really don't know what the statute of limitations are. So it's best we don't put it publicly. It's like, did you ever get involved in this type of thing? Who's asking? And is there any recording devices around? Yeah. No, a lot of things it's like... Same. But I won't pretend, I will not pretend that my past hasn't bit me in the arse a couple of times, in the sense of as an adult, I've been arrested several times for something I haven't done. And I've had to fight my innocence. And I did. And I won. I won all my cases. That's good for me. Hey, I was 17. Topeka was 16, I was 17. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I've done in my life I'm not proud of. And I don't wish to share those experiences with people because I know there's people might not be able to see past a particular thing I've done and automatically, you know, think the worst. And it's like, no, there's circumstances, and it's too long. It's not something you can just say short and guarantee that people are going to understand. It's something that takes a little bit longer to explain how my life all panned out and how I got to where I am. It's not a short story that can be just done quickly, like in a stream or anything like that. So it's one of those things where, I don't know, I try to behave myself. I do behave myself. I don't go out of my way to look for trouble, to cause trouble. I don't go out of my way to destroy people's property, steal people's property. You know, I don't go out of my way to hurt people's... I don't go out of my way to hurt people's feelings. That just happens. I just have to speak, and there's always a chance someone's feelings are going to get hurt. I can't control that, and I'm not going to apologise for that. Unless I deliberately go out of my way to hurt someone's feelings, then I probably owe them an apology. But if I'm not going out of my way to do it, and I'm just making a joke, no, I don't give a fuck. But I don't go out of my way to hurt people physically or mentally or anything like that. If I have hurt anybody physically or mentally, you know, it's not done through my intentions. It's either accidental or just a result of something else that's happening at the time. And, you know, always an explanation for everything. And not every single incident can be judged the same as the next, you know. So, it's a tough one, though. So your kid's got to be close to like 30s now too, yeah? In their 30s? A lot of people were like, when me and Topeka, we had a kid young, and a lot of people were like, it's going to ruin your life, it's going to ruin your life. Little do they know, my life, some of my life was already kind of ruined. I was in the process of rebuilding it and fixing my life up. I'm not going to say that's easy to do while you're trying to raise a child. It is not. Trying to focus on your child while also trying to focus on your own mental health and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's hard. And I would never have been able to do it by myself. If it wasn't for Topeka, I'd never be able to do it by myself. I wouldn't have been able to focus on my mental health and raising kids. Topeka was, well, she's just the best. You know, patient with me, patient with the kids. You know, nothing more I could ask. There's nothing more I could ask for from a wife. You know, I mean, the occasional scratch my back every now and tickle me balls, but other than that, there's nothing more I could ask for. Yeah, I never thought of it as a bad thing. To all the people out there that think if you know, children having children, you know, it's like, no, I understand that sounds bad. All right. But, you know, it's easier for most of the time. How to explain it where you don't sound like you're attacking a particular group of people, young generation that is. Look, there's pros and cons to anything you do in life. Those pros and cons aren't the same for every single person. Your pros and cons will be different than mine because I don't know what you had available to you at 16. You're not aware of what I had available at me at 16. I don't know what your support structure was like. You don't know what my support structure was like. So it's fair to say our pros and cons could be different. I seen it as, well, I'll be able to grow. I'm already working and all that sort of stuff. It's fine. It's okay. Get a job, get a house. That was the plan anyway. So just having a kid early didn't really put too much of a spanner in the works. You know, a lot of people said you should have waited. I was like, yeah, we probably should have. Maybe we should have. But if you look at the numbers, it's a miracle my son's here. It's a miracle any of us are here. The odds of you being born as you. That's fucking miracle. And I'm sure no matter what child I had, no matter what year I had them, I'd love them the same. No doubt. It wasn't going to be a case of, oh, if I have my kid when I'm 25, I'll love him even more. Nah, the love was going to be the same no matter what. So the only real thing was, people were like, well, what about experience? You don't have experience. And it's like, name one fucking person that's having their first child that knows what they're doing. I don't care how old you are. You're still getting help from other people that have done it and had a few years of experience with it than you. If not, you're learning it from people that have had the experience. Or you've raised your brothers and sisters. You know how to make sure kids get fed. It's not hard. Dinner time. I need food. Baby probably wants food too. You know, I need a toilet. Baby probably needs to go get a nappy change. It's not hard to figure that shit out. Yeah, unfortunately, my family didn't really give a shit about I'll give you a bit of an idea of what sort of lifestyle I had. And you might understand when I say it. I get confused and don't know what to do when people give me praises. When people say good job or well done. I don't know what that, I don't know. I never grew up, I don't know what that means. It's not a phrase I grew up with being expressed towards me. Being praised for anything. You know? I didn't have people in my life doing that. In fact, everybody in my life told me that any opinion I had was wrong. I was stupid. I was dumb. All those sorts of things. And I'm not. I'm not stupid in the slightest. Yeah, I might say I'm a relatively dumb, stupid guy, but that's because I'm willing to admit I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I'm still learning. There's still certain things I don't know. How would I know everything? I've only been on this earth for X amount of years. There's a whole world of knowledge out there, and I've only been here for a small smidgen. The only person that knows everything is someone that's been alive for the whole existence of time. I'm not that person. So, yeah, a lot of shit I don't get. I don't understand. I don't know how it works, and I'm kind of stupid on that particular subject matter. Well, I'm not an idiot. And everybody in my life used to treat me as if I was. Which means that most of the time they just underestimated me and didn't realise that the person that they were creating was a person that didn't buy into bullshit and wasn't the type of person that listened. I was able to sense danger when the adults around me couldn't. I was able to do things that the adults around me could not do. Which made me smarter than the adults that I was around. Now, I just want to explain that that's not a very high bar, okay? The people I was around were mostly fucking stupid themselves. It wasn't a very big step to be smarter than them. But yeah. Yep. Exactly. No fucking military guns there or anything like that. I know at the tents up there'll be some. We'll head that way and have a look. I forgot what I was doing then for a second. I was going to go back to that drum and drop off all these cans of drink. Excuse me. I was like, no, going up the back of the airfield up there to the town up the back there to have a look for a vehicle. Yeah, good common sense, yeah. I definitely, well, again, I have good common sense when it comes to certain subjects, and then there are going to be other subjects. Nah, I made the wrong choice on that one. You know, I'm not a saint. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes all the bloody time. I'm not going to sit here and say that I was the world's best dad, that I didn't make mistakes when it come to discipline or punishment with me kids or anything like that. You know, my kids will be the first to tell you that, and I'll back them 100%. That, yep, that smack on the arse that Dad gave them was probably a little bit too hard on that one. I probably gave all three of them a smack because each one of them said they didn't do it. So there was definitely two kids that were getting a smack for no reason. Yep, that's happened. You know, but I'm also not going to beat myself up over it either, because I guess I had my own lifestyle to go, well, if as long as I'm not doing that, then I'm not as bad as those people. I probably had that justifiable, you know, excuse tucked away in my brain somewhere. You know, self-awareness, that's the biggest issue people have sometimes. Being self-aware of your own mistakes, your flaws and all that sort of stuff. It's really... Sometimes it really makes it hard to come to terms with certain things when you're self-aware of shit. Yeah, I did my best, but it doesn't stop you from sitting in the back and going, probably could have done better. Probably could have done better. When I hadn't seen my mother's side of the family for ages, and this is how bad my mother's side of the family is, and how, not only how bad, but just how much respect they had for me as a child and a human being. And my family knew the lifestyle I grew up in. And when I seen them, I was about 28, 29, hadn't seen them for almost 16 years, 17 years, hadn't seen them. And I went and seen them. And all my cousins and my aunties now asking me, so, you've been to jail, right? What was it like? No, I've never been to jail. Really? You haven't been to jail? No. Nah, you've definitely been to jail, haven't you? I've been arrested. Yeah, see? So you've been to jail? I was like, no, I was found not guilty because I was wrongfully arrested. But no, I've never been to jail. Every single one of my family members on my mother's side thought I would have spent some of my time in jail. That's the standard they had set for me. That's what they had in their mind, their standard. They knew what type of lifestyle, statistically, I should be in and out of jail. Because 9 times out of 10, that's what happens. But I'm in that 1%. That 1 out of 10 that didn't. The 1 out of 10 that did not follow in his family's footsteps. The 1 out of 10 that decided, I want nothing to do with you if this is how you think human beings should be. That what you do is all right. And we can just joke off that you think a family member would have been in and out of jail. Especially when you know what they went through. And, yeah, they just all became abusive to me later on. Because one of my cousins, I was talking to my cousin's kid. We were playing this zombie bowling game. And I was getting to know all the family members that had been born and that are new to the family, like the wives and the husbands and all that sort of stuff, getting to know everybody. And then my cousin, who was separated with her man, the boy's father, she came up while he was talking to me and said to him, go get your stuff, your fucking deadbeat dad's here to take you for the weekend. And I was like, whoa. And she's like, what? I was like, oh, nothing, just I don't know if I would have said that in front of the boy. Don't you tell me how to raise my... I wasn't. And then from that day on, it's just they all hated me. My auntie passed away. I got contacted, let know my auntie passed away. I rang up to find out if anybody knew, got through to one of my cousins, and then they started abusing the shit out of me, telling me I'm not welcome to the fucking funeral, all because of that one comment I made to my cousin about... I didn't know. I don't know what the situation is. It just felt like it was a bit harsh. But how do I know it was going to cause? And looking back, hindsight, yeah, I probably should have shut my mouth, but my brain just spat that out. I wasn't trying to antagonise. I wasn't trying to upset. I wasn't trying to, anything like that. No, my cousins sort of got, I think they got ants in their pants when they were like, so you've been to jail? And my first response was actually, no, I've never been to jail as a prisoner. And they were like, what have you been to jail for? I said, I've worked in a prison. And because of their lifestyle, and they heard that, I think they just wanted to distance themselves from me. Because they thought, oh, he worked in a prison, therefore he must be, law-abiding. It's like, no, I worked in a prison. What I hadn't got around to saying and never got a chance to before I get bombarded with the whole, nah, surely you've been locked up and arrested and put in jail because, I didn't get a chance to point out that the prison that I was working in had closed down and was now a museum. And I was a janitor at that prison. I wasn't a security guard or anything. I was a fucking janitor. I was mopping fucking floors and cleaning toilets and, cleaning up after the tourists that were coming through and shit like that. And empty the trash cans around and, You know, standing there on tours and waiting for bloody tourists to fucking finish up so I can do what I need to do. G'day, Saucy. How you going, mate? Oh, I was always aware of crime. You know, I always understood. You know, cops and robbers. You know, cops are the good guys, robbers are the bad guys. You know, I always understood that. The thing was, I understood laws that didn't have to be explained to me at the age of 7. That's the one thing my brain works really well on, and that's Commonwealth law in Australia. Actually, that's not 100% true. My brain works really, really good on laws in every single country on Earth, as long as I look through the legal statutes and all that sort of stuff. Yep. Once I've looked at it, yep. I know how to apply it. I know how it works. I know when it can be applied, when it can't be applied. And it will stick in my brain and stay there. And, you know, because understanding the legal talk side of it, the double speak of it, no, I get that. I understand that. I know how that works. Nice. I like that. Yeah, we're related by fucking criminal history. Half his family got sent to Australia, and the other half got stuck in England, and I don't know who got the better deal. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. Some people like to say, you know, they like to make the comparison joke. England sent the British colonies, they sent all the convicts to Australia. I think it was like 150,000 convicts over a 50 or 60-year period or some shit like that, were eventually sent over to Australia. I think it's about 150, 160,000 over the time from when Australia was founded to 1940 something, I think, might have been, something like that. I might be a bit wrong on the numbers there, on the years. But yeah, I think it's about 150, 160,000. And a lot of people are like, they were stupid because they sent all the bloody people to the nice tropical place where it's beautiful sunny beaches and warm weather and right. And I've heard that joke all the time. And I have this counter. I think England and Australia are, you know, I think it's equal. Yeah, some of the English came to Australia and they got the warm, sunny beaches, you know, the nice tropical place to live, warm most of the year. But England gave us Iron Maiden. England gave us Pink Floyd. England gave us Black Sabbath. Led Zeppelin, The Who, you know, no, not The Who. Was it The Who? No, not The Who. Fucking, what was I thinking of? Beatles. England's got a lot of good stuff going for it, eh? Musically, culturally, when it comes to fucking cinema and movies, like cinema and plays and music. Fuck yeah. England's the GOAT. See, that one there's only 30, but this one's a 42. 36, sorry. It's a 36. Oh, I got a heat thingy. Okay, let's grab that. Let's tuck you there. Is there any barrels around here by chance? Oh, fuck me. Who put you there? You fucking cock spank wank motherfucker. Tried to line him up. I don't know if I got a lot of bullets for you guys, so you might have to stand in a line. I didn't want to take him out headshot, I wanted his shirt. How'd we go? Rapid fire, did we get them all? I mean, this is best insulation. But honestly, I don't like that hat. Da, 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 da. All right, let me have a... Now I just got rid of them. Let me have a look at what's it here. I'll read chat at the same time. What is that? That's a low insulation. We'll just put that there like that. And that is pants. And they're low insulation. All right, let me read chat quickly. G'day, Twisted. How you going, mate? Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ate the pepperoni in bed. Hey now, you're a Walmart, you're a Kmart, Target. Oh, sorry, that's just fucking hilarious to me. I'm glad I'm glad you remember that. It's funny, eh? I pissed myself laughing. I was watching the show and that came in the show, and I was also watching you at the same time. And I was like, yeah, I'm writing that in the chat. That's just fucking hilarious to me. Wasn't this the same shit that was in the one before? Anyway. Enough of that. I can't take that. I don't ever look for a Vega buttstock because at the end of the day, I've never found a Vega that didn't already contain a buttstock. And the other day, the lead singer for Three Doors Down, he passed away. Guy from Smash Mouth, he passed away. It's almost like no one's got the fucking will to live anymore. I'm glad I found some more bullets because that literally drained me of all of my ammo. Let me just check something. Is that high insulation? Best insulation. Now I don't mind that I got rid of my shirt. I don't want that, do I? No, I don't. All right. A little sprint just to get away from him. All right. Let's go this way. Proper answer. Yeah, good, mate. Just been having another philosophical chat we've seen. Down on left to the right. How about you? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. All the shit they're putting in our food and water. Yeah. I liked it when I was able to name the chemicals in my fucking food. Now they put chemicals in there that I don't understand. Do I ever watch debates on YouTube myself? Yeah, I watch debates. I watch debates. I watch lectures. I watch all sorts of stuff. TED Talks. I don't mind hearing both sides of a story. I mean, I'll walk away with my own opinion based on both their opinions. I don't mind doing that, you know. Obviously, there are certain debates that I'll watch before others because it depends on the subject matter. If there's some sort of debate that's happening in a particular country, anywhere around the world, and it's like council related to what should happen to the fucking town or something like that, nah, I'm probably not watching that one because I don't live in the town. I don't care. But when it's something that's like, you know, I've watched people debate. Well, you know what? The only reason why I know those town ones exist is because I fucking watch them too. I literally watch anything. If it seems interesting, I'll give it a watch. I might, you know, watch it for about 20 minutes and go, yeah, no, I don't think this is interesting to me, and then stop. But yeah, no. Christopher Hitchens. Yeah, of course. I'm aware of Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins. Yep, all of them. Brutal with the truth. Yeah, he was brutal with the truth, but he was also a bit of a dick. I mean this in a good way. I mean this in a good way. I've watched a lot of Christopher Hitchens's lectures and debates. And the problem is where, no, I don't have a problem following what he's saying. But when I've watched it with other people, I've seen other people sort of get that yawn look because he's using lots of big words that a lot of people don't understand. And that was part of why I say he's a dick. He should have used some words that everybody could understand. Because he's using all these big words. Most of the people walked away going, I'm not changing my mind. Who's he think he is using big words? They had that attitude. It's like, come on, man. Use some smaller words that these people will understand. Because you're losing them with the big words. They don't get it. Because he had a very elegant way. Him, Stephen Fry, Richard Dawkins, they all have a very elegant way of how they speak. And it's very intimidating for those dumb people that don't understand language has a beauty to it. So, you know, but I think that some of his messages that he wanted to get out there about certain things, the truth, how he explained it and that, is like, you guys listening? This guy's making a lot of sense. Some of the people I spoke to went, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. It's like, really? We watched the same thing. How do you not know what he's talking about? It's because they didn't understand. Basically, Christopher Hitchens sometimes talk too Shakespeare-ish. Not with the thou and thou and all that sort of stuff. Like, he wasn't using Elizabethan. He wasn't speaking in that Elizabethan language, but just the proper pronunciation of a word. The you know, and kind of reminds me of anybody ever watch Boondocks? The Boondocks, Regina King, one of the characters, he's like, and white people like to say the whole word. And that's like Christopher Hitchens. He was like that guy. He pronounced every single letter in the word when he spoke. He pronounced the words properly. And if you weren't used to that, it just threw you off. I was fine with it. It didn't confuse me one bit. Upper class prick for sure, yeah, but you could understand him. I mean, I can understand upper class, lower class. I can understand all sorts of people. It's weird when some people go, you can actually understand Irish people. It's like, yeah, you can't. You can understand Scottish people. Yep. You can understand people that are from England. Yeah. What about if they say water, not water? Didn't they invent the language? Yeah, but I still know what the fuck they're saying. What are you, stupid? Jesus Christ. I know. I don't care. It's like, don't be ignorant. Act like you don't know what they're fucking talking about because they didn't say the word exactly the same way you pronounce it or something. But that's just me. I don't have a problem. I'm not the measure of everybody else. You don't measure every human by my standards. Just because I can understand Italians that speak in English. I can understand French people speaking English. If they're speaking English, I can pretty much understand them. Now, if they're speaking French, I ain't got a fucking clue. Bonjour, monsieur, merci, oui, le tout Eiffel. That's it. I've just exhausted all my French. But I'm like I've stated before, I'm an idiot. And anything I say, it's not all because I'm smart enough to think of this shit. I just have a decent enough memory to be able to remember shit that smart people figured out. And I can just parrot it back and go, well, hang on, there's this particular thing, and that's it. I'm not special. But yeah, you're right. Hitchens knew his shit. Dawkins knows his shit. Fry knows his shit. Stephen Fry addresses the Catholic Church. That was one of the debates I watched. And boy, whoa, That was a good one. Just rolling up one, guys. I'm about to... There we go. Let's get on the road again. I've been waiting for my friends again. Making music with my friends. I'll get on the road again. I'm in DayZ again. I'm looking for a car so I can pick up my friends. I wish this game had a DJ in it so we can listen to music, but it doesn't, so I have to sing a shitty song. And I only have to make it shitty so I don't get copyright strike. Boo. This is the town I want to look over to see if I can find a car. I have a pretty good chance of finding one in this town or just up a little bit. But before I do, I really wouldn't mind finding a barrel. We're starting to get cloud cover come over, so I reckon in about next 10 or 15 minutes we'll probably have some rain, if not sooner. Do-do-do. Excuse me. Like a little piggy. Yeah, I'd have to say I pretty much have a... I lean strongly to the belief structure or the structure of rational thinking by Hitchens and Dawkins. It probably needs to be reinterpreted for this generation. But other than that, I think it's pretty spot on, if I'm being honest. Whoa. But these ones here are best insulation. I'll keep the best insulation ones on until I find some finger gloves with the fingers attached, not fingerless. Idiot zombie. I should have switched my bloody fishing pole around. Fishing pole takes up 9 spaces. I put that where the thing that was taking up 18 spaces is, and I gained myself a whole heap of spaces. Oh yeah, man, send it to me Discord and I'll check it out after the stream. Charging unit, hat, hoping for... Did I end up grabbing that hammer axe? No, I left it behind. I mean, I could put it on my head. Did it have a battery? No. Let's put it on my head for now. If you give me his name, I'll let you know whether I know who he is or not. Yeah, told you. Look at those clouds coming in. It's going to rain soon. Alex O'Connor. He has done some good podcast. No, I haven't heard of him. Well, that'll be interesting to check out. Yeah, I'm always interested in looking at new people that are, got something interesting to say. I'm not offended. I'm not offended or scared of the next generation on, their thoughts and opinions. It doesn't worry me. I don't get worried about that. I know that there's an old guard and a new guard. The old guard steps down for the new guard. I'm well aware of that. He made a fool. I mean, let's be honest. I'm going to be honest here. It's really easy to make someone look foolish. Harder if they're intelligent. Easier if they're not. But yeah, some people can just get fooled too easy because they're so rigid. They got no flexibility in their argument. They've got no flexibility in, seeing anything from someone else's point of view. So it's so easy for them to get trapped in I suppose you call it a bad moment, a foolish moment or something like that. But then you got to ask yourself, well, you should have prepared better, dickhead. You don't want to look like a fool. Know what the fuck you're talking about. Or when you get to a point where you don't know what you're talking about, admit straight away, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know about this subject. You're going to have to do whatever. All right, it's going to rain. I reckon I can check out another couple of houses. Fuck tape. Well, what do you call it? Duct tape. Ah. Dawkins won't be here forever. No, he won't. So I read that out of order then. You're out of order. Hoorah! More duct tape. More takey. I take, a lucky, licky, licky, da da da. That sounds like somewhere just got hit. Oh, hello. Isabel. You get on my hip. And we are going to sit right down here because it's going to rain and I'm not getting wet. You won't believe this. My latest interest is large numbers true. I might have stopped going to school in like the late 80s or whatever, but it never stopped me from continuing to learn. Education is not something that you have to stop just because you become an adult. It's not something that has to be stopped. And I don't believe that everybody stops learning just because they become an adult. You know, some people might think that they're not constantly learning still, but if you've ever driven a car from the 80s, but now you're driving a this year model car, you know you had to learn some different things. Jesus Christ. Remember when a fan belt was easy to put on? Big numbers, maths, natural infinities and such. Oh, yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in numbers. I like how numbers work. I like how sometimes they're very serendipitous. You know, I like how anything with, you know, any number times by 9 will end up working out to be 9 if you add up all the numbers in the answer. I like that. I like NIM numbers. I like... I'm not really good on my maths. I still got a lot to go, you know. Trigonometry, nah. I suck at that. Calculating certain things, I can't do that. I can, but it's just they're not things that I can do off the top of my head. A lot of the stuff I still need a pen and paper to be able to work it out. Because I was old school. I didn't have a calculator in class. You have calculators in class? I didn't have calculators. We had to write out. Remember when you had to show your work? Remember that? When you had to show it. You'd put like, 12 plus 15 and you'd end up with or fucking 9 plus 15 and you'll go, okay, 9 and 5. Well, that's 14. Put down the 0, put down the 4, carry the 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1. That's and put down the 3. 34. Or whatever the fuck, whatever. It was that easy. We had to show our work. And when I first started doing maths at school, I would just put the answer down. And I got in trouble. I had to show my work, and it was very weird for me because I didn't know. It seemed like a waste of time because I was like, what's 5 plus 5? Oh, it's 10. You got to write it down. Okay, 10. No, you got to write down 5 plus 5 and show how you worked it out. But it's 10. Yeah, but we need to show the working. It is 10 though, right? Yes, it is 10, but show, because I got 5 fingers on one hand and 5 on the other, and I counted them up and went 10. Oh, so you're talking about numbers going up exponentially. You're talking about exponential number growth. 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, 4 plus 4 is 8, 8 plus 8 is 16, 16, 16, 32, 32, 32, 40, 64, 64, 64 is 128. You're talking that style of numbers going up exponentially. Column. You're close. You're very close. COLUMN. You just had a B at the end instead of an M. N. Just need to change the B to an N. Column. You were close. Just one letter off. Because all the letters to make up the word comb are in there, aren't they? No, it's not. But, yeah, comb has a you know, phonetically. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's all you need. I was right with that rain. I knew it was coming. I fucking knew it. So this is the first rain. You can get between 4 to 5 rain cycles, but sometimes it'll be just 3 and then a little slight sun shower after. But let's count it. This is the first one. Rain, it's not great for streaming. Nah, you're right. Me and Topeka have both spent our fair share of years as teachers and that as well. Not claiming to be the best teachers. Not going to say that our students are fucking better. Probably just as dumb as we are. I've taught everything from, sports, English, maths, science, logic thinking. Business, law. Depending on the subject matter, history. Now, not every aspect of history. Best thing to do, I reckon a teacher's done their job perfectly if I think the best way to know if you've done your job as a teacher is if when your students walk away, still willing to learn stuff. You've done bad as a teacher if... Okay, let me rephrase this. This can't always go on the teacher's... This isn't always going to be the teacher's fault. All right? Some kids are going to be really brilliant at school, and it's not going to be because of the teacher. The kid was just brilliant to start with. Some kids are going to end up being brilliant at school because they do have a good teacher. Some kids are not going to do very good at school because they don't do good at school. They're just not going to do good at school for whatever reason. And some don't do good at school because of their teachers. So there's multiple reasons why a child can excel and not excel in school. But I think that if you have a child that comes into school with no desire to learn, and then when they leave, knowledge is not frightening to them, education isn't frightening to them, and they're willing to learn stuff after school, then I think if you're a teacher that's managed to get that into a child, into their mindset, pat yourself on the back, you did a good job. If you had a child that was willing to learn and all of a sudden they left school, never want to learn anything again, and as a teacher you might have had something responsible to do with that, then you're an idiot. You're fucked up. But as long as they leave school going, I still want to learn, then you've probably done a good job, because you can't teach a kid everything. What you do is you can teach them the basics and then show them how to research the rest. So you teach them a little bit about history, you get them excited in the history, and then you let them know there's plenty of nice books at the libraries. That's right, I had libraries, not Google. There's books at the library you can go and look up and read about history. Find something fascinating that likes you. What nationality are you? Oh, I'm part this and part that. Go have a look up at your homeland's culture and look at the history of where you're from. You know, and if you can get a kid to do that, then you've probably done the right thing. If you've snuffed that flame out of wanting them to learn, then you probably haven't. I was introduced to physics at a very early age, but not by anyone that actually gave a shit. It was because I was playing pool. My mum used to go to the pub a lot. She was an alcoholic, so she used to be at the pub a lot. And, of course, I'd be at the pub a lot too. And there was always that kids should be seen and not heard attitude. So there's always someone give you a couple of dollars so you can go put it in the pool machine, the pool table, and push it in and get the balls out, because we have to pay to play a game of pool. You got to do that to get the ball. They lock them away just in case someone puts a pool ball in a sock and smacks someone in the face with it. 2D orbital mechanics, exactly. You know, you got that, you know, angle of momentum and all those sorts of things you can figure out. Then you've got your backstops, your backspins, and all that sort of stuff you can figure out, and they're all physics related. And then darts. Darts helped me with also physics of flight and aerodynamics. But it also helped me with maths, along with gin rummy and other card games. So the pool table, a dartboard, and a deck of cards were some of my biggest teachers growing up. And they never lied to me. They never lied to me. They never called me stupid. So, yeah, I mean, there's so much we don't understand there is so much in your life. You have no idea how much you actually know already. It's just tucked away in your brain. And you don't even know you know it. How many things have you thought to yourself, oh, I want to learn about this physics subject here, and then you realise you understand it very well because you can liken it to something you already know about. You know, like centrifugal force, or when you're spinning around on a chair and you put your arms out and then you pull your arms in, you put your arms out and pull your arms in, you go faster and slower, faster, slower. You know, when you do that as a kid, just mucking around, and then later on you find out, oh, that's an actual thing. Most of us are really intelligent. We don't realise we're intelligent because we've got this information stuck in our brains and no one's told us how we can link that bit of information to this bit of information and show that they're the same thing, just in different wording. So a lot of us will go through life thinking we're stupid or just not smart enough. I've always been fascinated with the universe. I've always been fascinated with Earth and all the other planets out there, stars, black holes, and stuff like that. You know, I had one person say to me that moon landing was fake. I went, and the Earth's not round. And I think they were just trolling. I was in my stream, and I think they were just trolling. And I said that, let me just going to hop out of there for a second because that rain is noisy. Actually, I don't need to do that. Alright. So I had this person telling me they never went to the moon, the world is flat, all that sort of stuff. And I think conversation started because one of the people that was in my chat said they were working out of NASA or used to work for NASA or, you know, not rocket science thing, I don't think. I don't know what they were doing in NASA, but they had a role at NASA, and I don't want to diminish their role. I can't remember what their role was. I'm not going to say they're rocket scientists, but I'm also not going to say they were just a janitor. I cannot remember. And 2 Oreos, 1 cup. If you're out there and you hear this, if you don't mind commenting what your role was again, that'd be awesome. If you don't want to, that's fine. But someone came in and said about it not being round and no one went to the moon and all that sort of shit. And I said, well, go have a look. Not allowed to. Yeah. Every single person on Earth is allowed to build a rocket and send himself into space. No one's going to stop you. The only thing you have to do is just, number 1, don't use nuclear because that's a restricted fucking product. Number 2, clear a flight path. Let everybody know when you plan to launch and all that sort of stuff. But there's no rules on Earth saying you're not allowed to go and look in space. There's no rule on Earth that says everybody has to stay on Earth. There's no law. Anybody out there that believes the Earth is flat, build a rocket, go the fuck up there and have a look. Until then, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up. No, we people that say the Earth's round at least send someone up there to fucking have a look. And we didn't have to because we knew the Earth was round before we even did it. You want to dispute it, then send someone the fuck up there and fucking take a photo. No one is stopping you. Just file your flight plans of when you want to send your rocket up, where you're going to be launching it from, what angle of momentum you need to be going, and all that sort of stuff. And go have a look. I mean, it's like, is it Neptune that has that hexagon shape on the poles? And people are like, oh, look, it's a hexagon. You don't get them in nature. It's like, it's not a hexagon. It's rounded. It's just that it's so fucking large, it's hard to see those curves of those things. So it looks hexagon. Kind of like a fucking beehive. Looks hexagon, but those cells are round. You know, it's like, yeah, no, we get it. There's things out there. We call them optical illusions. We get it. That's why we build machines to be able to take our eyes and our ears and our nose and our taste and our sense of touch out of it. Because we honestly cannot rely on our own senses. For those people that go, I only believe what I can see with my own 2 eyes. Yeah? Well, I'm blind in one eye and the other eye's just about fucking gone. If I start living by that premise, nothing exists. If I can't see it, then I might as well say nothing exists. But no. I like the thought experiments, you know. Is there aliens? I love the thought experiment that it's like, okay, one of the things that they say that's there's certain things, like you hear that nothing goes faster than the speed of light, right? And it's like one thing goes faster than the speed of light, the universe. The universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. But the fastest thing in the universe is the speed of light. Oh, and that fucking thingy that happens with nuclear explosions, that has something that happens in it too. That's also the same speed as light. Yeah. And here's the thing, I don't mind saying that I'm kind of an idiot because I wasn't smart enough to figure out any of the shit. If you'd given me 1,000 years and all the research money and just left me alone, I would never have figured out how to get a rocket to the moon. Now, that's just me going off what I know about my own abilities right now. No, I don't think I would ever have been able to come up with that concept. I think I would have killed heaps of people trying. I would have been in jail because my experiments would have fucking hurt people. I don't think I would have been able to do that at all. I don't think I would have ever come up with the idea of nuclear reactors. I I don't think I can understand how they work, but that's because someone else is smarter than me has figured out all the hard work and all. Like I said before, I can remember, I can learn about it and remember it, but I couldn't have fucking built it by myself. If you if you gave me all the components for a TV, there ain't no way I would have put it together to make a TV. No. I mean, even in the Hadron Collider, they can only move things at a fraction of the speed of light. At least that's what I remember hearing. I don't know. I've never been to the Hadron Collider. I'd love to go. I'd love to go and just wear that hard hat and that fucking white protective suit and stand there in the Hadron Collider and just look. I would love just to hear the hum, just to be involved. I don't care if it's just getting coffee. It'd be an awesome, awesome day. Just one day, just let me in there to have a look what's going on. I love it. I'd love that. To me, that's interesting. You know, how many cities does that stretch under, the Hadron Collider? The big one? How many, it goes under so many fucking cities or some shit? It's massive. That's a mega structure. That's fucking. Humans made that. That's insane. That boggles my fucking brain. I'm amazed as a human species that we did that. I'm amazed that we built boats and travelled. I'm amazed we managed to leave the solar system. I'm fucking so amazed that we went, we're the only ones out there on the Earth. Let's let's make a planet out there full of robots. Now we have Mars. Mars is the only fucking planet in the world, in the universe that we know of that consists only of robots. Dead and alive. Robots. It's the fucking literal Transformers of the universe. What was their home planet called? Trying to quantify dark matter. Here's the best way I can describe dark matter to people. G'day, Jen. Here's the best way to describe dark matter. Look out at the ocean at night time and you see the moonlight shining down on the ocean and you see the white froth of the waves, but you don't see the other water. So that's like looking out at the universe. All the white froth is everything we can see, and all the stuff we can't see is dark matter. And while we can't see the ocean at night time, we can see the white froth. And we know something's interacting with that white froth to make it become white froth on the beach, on the shore. Same thing as dark matter. We can't see it, but we know it's there and it interacts. This is the simplest way of explaining it. And I'm paraphrasing, I think it was Cosmo Show. See, I make sentences with emojis. Fuck ugly cunt. Wait, you got that camera on in my room again? You can see me? I got a beard. I hid my ugly face. What the fuck? I mean, I thought I was the sexiest ugly bastard there is. You know, I mean, out of ugly people, if you had 5 ugly people, there's bound to be one that's better looking than the rest. Yeah, I like science. Science is cool. I like art. I like music. You know, I don't think there's many subjects I don't like in the world, really. You know, depends what they are. I haven't really found too many that I've gone, I don't want to learn about that subject. You know. Ha! Ha! Oh, that's... I don't know if that's insulting or... Is it? No, that's not insulting. I'm a fucking... I don't know. I don't know what you'd call it. Do you know, most time when I send people a photo of what I look like, they go, oh shit, that's exactly the picture of what I thought that voice came from. Oh, I kid you not. They do. They're like, really? That's you? Fuck. Yep. No, I see it. I hear it. There you go. There you go, Tess. I just sent you an image of what I look like. Bit sunburnt and leathery. No, no. Not as much as you might think. But that's because I'm a very hairy person. And because the sun's always hot, I always wear a shirt when I'm outside. I've been badly burnt before to where it's blistered up. So in my younger years, I used to be really tan though. I used to be. But now that I go out in long sleeve shirts now, it's just the forearms that are, or, you know, sleeves and that. It's just the forearms that get tan now. Everything else is kind of, you know, like a hairless monkey. But I wear, like I said, hairless monkey that wears shoes. That's who I am. What the hell? I moved and my character went and sat back down without having to actually go back into that thing. Fuck you. That's what my kid said too. Dad, you're starting to look like Jack Black. Nah, it's cool. Yeah, no, I've been told that. When my hair was a bit shorter and I was going skydiving and that, and when I was in my jumpsuit, some photos were taken by my mates and that, and go home, showed Topeka, and she was like, oh, you're my little Hugh Jackman. You look like Wolverine there. I didn't look like Hugh Jackman at all. I looked like comic book version of Wolverine with the fucking scruffy hair and the scruffy stubble on the face. And instead of being in a yellow and blue Wolverine X-Men leotard, I was in an orange and purple fucking jumpsuit. Orange and fucking purple jump/flight suit thingy. Good times. Almost died that day. As for the ladies out there, he looks like a rugged Jack Black. Yeah, I'll take it. I was in the back seat of my brother's car, sitting in the middle one time. His girlfriend was driving. I was sitting in the middle. My brother's in the front passenger seat. All of a sudden, we get pulled over, and the cop walks up to me. No, sorry, my brother was driving, and his girlfriend was in the passenger. My brother walks up to the cop walks up to the driver's side, and asks me brother. He looks in the car. I seen him looking in the car. I sort of had my neck craned down because my head was touching the roof. I'm looking down, and he looks in the car, and he says to me brother, he's like, "You going to grab your license there and just step out here for us?" And so my brother's like, "Yeah, no worries." Grabs his license, steps out the car. The officer's like, "Yeah, just come to the back of the car." He goes, "You're going over the speed limit a little bit there, mate. Do you want to have a look on the thingy so I can show you what I clocked you?" And my brother's like, "Oh, yeah, cool." He goes up, has a look, comes back, and he comes back to the front of the car and standing in between the cop car and the back of the car that I'm in. And the cop asked him, me and my brother's girlfriend heard the cop ask, "Don't worry, you're not in trouble or anything like that. You know, it's just a thing." And then for some reason out of the blue, he's like, "We're not going to have any trouble from that big fella in the back there, are we?" And I was just thinking, dude, I'm not in the middle of the seat. I wasn't in the middle of the seat because I was in the middle of the seat because it was comfy, you know. And this happened to be a small Ford fucking convertible thing where the roof was up, but it was not good to be, you know, just under 6 foot in the back seat. You know what I mean? I'm a couple of inches under 6 foot. I'm like, what, fucking 5'10", something like that. 5'9.5", 5'10", something like that. So I'm just under 6 foot. And because of the type of car, it was an optical illusion that just made me look like I was a larger than life person in the car. But it wasn't because I was a large person. Only about a year and a half ago, me and Topeka were walking to my daughter's place. She only lives 2 streets away. And we're walking over to my daughter's place. And then all of a sudden, these kids come out the alleyway, and one of them rides up to, they ride up to me in Topeka, and this kid goes, "Excuse me?" And I was like, "Yep." He's like, "Are you a bikie?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Oh, 'cause you look like a bikie." I was like, "Okay. All right, well, run along, you little shit." Oh, fuck you. Call me a bikie, you little prick. I've had people say, "Geez, you look like a person you wouldn't want to, you know, just bump into in the middle of a dark alley." It's like, dude, I'm not I'm a passive person. Don't get me wrong. Push comes to shove, I'll give someone quite a fucking pinch on the top of their head and drill them into the ground. Don't get me wrong. I ain't no pushover. I'm no fucking snowflake. You know, I've been in positions before where I've just basically manhandled people and just thrown them around because they've pissed me off. And I'll fucking do it again. Don't you worry about that. They piss me off. I'll do it again. I ain't shy about that shit. You know, I take personal safety and my family safety very fucking seriously, as I'm sure most of you in chat do as well. You know, most of you in chat, I can guarantee you will be like, "Yeah, someone says something to you." You'll be like, "Yeah, it's all right. Who gives a fuck what they..." And then as soon as they address it to one of your family members, like your wife or your kids, then they flick that fucking switch. You know the switch. I got that switch. But if no one's flicking that switch, I am the most placid person, pacifist, not interested in getting into conflict. person you'll probably meet. Sometimes I might get loud and sound a bit angry, especially when I'm doing a punchline, like a setup for a joke, and then there's a punchline coming. And, you know, I do it with Topeka sometimes. I make jokes, and sometimes I write my own. And I will either run them past Topeka or I'll send them off to Criminal first and see what he thinks. You know, because, you know, sometimes it's good to get a bit of a, you know, is that going to land? Does that make sense? You know, all right, I'll go back and work on it. That one didn't fucking work. Let's go work on a better joke. And, you know, or sometimes it works. So I'll write jokes and stuff like that. And sometimes I'll voice the jokes out. And I know what needs to be emphasized a little bit more of an, you know, aggressive tone because of, oh, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Just wanted to find a barrel. Got to take it up to the train track for now. So sometimes I'll get a bit loud. And so people will go, shh, because our window might be open and she's worried that the neighbours are going to think there's some sort of yelling and arguing going on in the house. That's not to say we haven't yelled and argued with each other. Of course we do. Anybody that tries to tell me they've been with someone 31 years plus and they've never argued or yelled at each other or anything like that, I'm calling that couple of fucking liars, because there's no way. You cannot agree with someone every single fucking time. That's a yes man. A yes man agrees with everything you say. If people are truly your friends, they have no problem saying to you, I disagree. And, of course, me and my wife have gotten into many arguments based on one of us disagreeing with the other. You know, so... But no, I don't... So she's always worried that someone's going to think the wrong thing, and I'm always, I don't give a fuck what people think. I'm making a joke. Cops turn up, I'll tell them, I was making a joke. Don't worry about the snowflake neighbours. Am I in the right room for council? Oh, maybe. Back to debating. You could be. G'day, Tony. How you going, mate? Welcome to the stream. You know what? Yeah, we're going to leave that there for now. No, better... Yeah, no, leave it there. I need some. I'm okay. You need some... Yeah. Yeah, we're both therapists. Just put these away here quickly so that I'm ready to go. Just going to put those gloves in there too. I'll put that away in there. Put that in there. Oh, should I keep the duct tape? Yes, we're going to keep the duct tape because we do have stuff that needs to be fixed up. So we'll keep it there. And I'll put a can of Coke, another can of Coke, can of Sprite, and another can of Sprite. And I'll use the legal names because, oh, I can. Builder. I'm an oldie as well. So when you say builder, do you mean like construction, houses, shops, sheds? I started my apprenticeship as a carpentry, doing upholstery, building lounges and furniture and stuff like that. I'm not good at it. I barely, I'm good enough. I'm good enough. But there's people out there. I watch people on YouTube make shit, and I think, no one ever showed me that shit when I was doing my apprenticeship. On laptop. Do you know Taz? Tez there in the chat there. If you don't know Tez, you should go join his channel. Drop your link there in the chat there if you want Tez. You should join his channel because he's just started playing this game on PC. Yeah, I'm pretty fucked. I did upholstery when I was younger, and then the last job I was doing, I was working building patios and fucking verandas and sheds and all sorts of stuff like that. And I was doing some volunteer work, just helping out and out on a farm in an Aboriginal community, and we were building fences. And one day I had a cow lean up against me and sort of pushed me up against a fence, and then my shoulder sort of got a little bit bad. I already had shoulder problems, but it got a bit bad. I had to sort of stop for a little bit, and then there was some other things that were discovered along with that made it so then I had to quit doing what I was doing. So, now I'm sort of basically forced to retire at an age that I don't really want to. I'm too young to retire, but I'm forced to retire. Hunt service a lot. Me bro's out there now. Retirement's one of those things. Being forced to, or being told you're no longer allowed to do something, it's a kick in the guts. Making that decision yourself feels way better than having someone else say no, because there's a part of your brain that goes, fuck you, don't tell me what to do, I'll do what I want. And then your body reminds you, no, you can't anymore. You've broken yourself, you've pushed yourself, and you are now at a point where you need to relax. I'd like to say all my injuries are because of work, but they're not. I'm an idiot. I've done stupid things. But all my kids are growing up and left home. I've got grandkids now. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's not the worst life at the moment, being retired, forced to retire. It's not the worst. I get to spend time with my grandkids. I get to spend more time with my wife. Hey, let me drop your link in the chat there, Tez. I'll just put that in there. There we go. I'll pin this at the top of the chat. Anybody wants to go join up with Taz there. He's been learning DayZ recently on PC. So if there's anybody that plays DayZ in the PC that plays DayZ on computer, please feel free to hook up with Taz there in the chat, and maybe he can learn from you some of the techniques that work good in PC, and get a couple of people that can show him around some of those new PC modded maps. Give him some team members to be able to help him out. There we fucking go. Come here, you big slag. Look at it. Get on my back. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop half sentence there because I got all excited like a fucking... I don't know, something excited. I can't even think of anything that gets excited anymore. I was so excited just finding that. Anyway. Fireworks. And a big ass tent. More fireworks. Okay. I'm going to grab one tent for now. Kitchen knife, pair of pliers, I'll grab them. I don't need them at the moment, but I'm going to put this tent down in a minute, so, you know, it won't hurt to have the pliers, and there's another tent over there, goody. Let's put it and drop it there so I don't despawn. It's not going to despawn anyway. Tents don't seem to despawn straight away. There's another one there too. All right. Mother. Excuse me. Yeah, DayZ is one of those games. You can really get some really good communities happening and that. Oh, we're getting hungry. Shoulders fucked. Yeah, my left shoulder's fucked. How I fucked up my shoulder the first time I fucked it up, I was like 8 years old. I was in the back of a utility car, like the back of a ute, and we were driving through the bush, and I came off the back, and when they went flying around, I got flicked out, and shoulder first into a grass tree. Dislocated my shoulder. And I was probably in pain for about 4 days, 5 days, something like that, before my mum's boyfriend finally put it back in place. And then ever since then, just pops out on its own. I'll wake up in my sleep and it's popped out, and I'll be like, oh, I can't move. You know, I'll move the wrong way. I can't throw anything with that arm. It'll just pop out. So when the cow leaned up against me and pushed me up against the fence, you know, it fucked me up even worse now. The same arm, I had an accident and I ended up having to have major surgery done on my arm because I nearly lost it. So not only do I have the shoulder that pops out on its own, I have nerve damage all the way down from the elbow to my fingertips on my left arm. And My index finger and thumb's about the only ones that work properly on my left hand. Everything else is sort of, nah. No, I don't have any strength in it anymore. I don't have any grip strength. I could pinch the fuck out of you, but that's about it. I couldn't do any damage with it. I couldn't. I'm not left-handed, so I'm not having to use a hammer with my left hand or something. But like I said, I was building patios and stuff like that. You got to use tech guns, and sometimes you have to go left-handed because of the angle of where you are, or you're trying to reach out to something and you just can't quite get the right angle, and you can't do it with your right and cross over your body, so you got to use your left. And I don't even have the strength to hold the tech gun in the hand. I can't grip it, so I can't be up on ladders because of that sort of thing. I can't be up on ladders handling heavy equipment because there's no guarantee I'll be able to stop it from dropping down. I can't guarantee to stop myself from being able to fall down. Probably couldn't make a decent working body between the three of us. Nah, that'd put us together. We'd be a munted fucking body in a fucking wheelchair, but think of the size of the cock we'd have, right? The three of us putting our cocks together? Oh, mate. Be a monster cock. We'd have like and that'd work fine. Everybody were like, fuck him, he's in a wheelchair, but geez, he's got three heads, but look at the cock. He's a three-headed mutant with a big cock. Patios is what's knackered my knees. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those fucking beams, man. Those cross beams and that. You know when you got to screw them up to the fucking... okay, so the first time I realised they fuck with your knees is trying to go up a ladder with a fucking beam on my shoulder because we didn't have any stirrups or anything like that to be able to hold under it. And you have to fucking hold it while trying to level it up and all that sort of shit. And it's just like, fuck, we didn't have any stirrups or fucking anything. So we're trying to do it all by hand, leaning it on our shoulders and shit, and just trying to step up the ladder, and you haven't got someone on the same run as you. They're higher up. They've taken one extra step, so they're on a higher run. Now, you're carrying more weight on your end because they're higher up. Oh, man, that fucked me up many times. Man, you just brought up a sore point. I know you didn't mean to, but now I'm pissed. I remember that shit. Fuck. No, it happens though. It's in the pursuit of what? We damage our bodies in the pursuit of happiness. You know, in that pursuit of providing a life for our family, we will destroy our bodies in the name of work. We're not the only ones though. You know. I think if it's not a physical damage you get from your job, it's a mental damage, isn't it? It's very rare that you can be in a job and retire and go, nah, I'm fine. I'm not mentally stressed from it. I'm not physically stressed from it. I started my job, I got to the end, I retired, and everything went smoothly as I wanted it. That's a rare thing, that is. That's really rare. Awesome when it happens, but rare nonetheless. I always try to look at the positive sides of things, eh? I was lucky though. A lot of the places where I put patios up and sheds up and stuff like that, they were big monster ones, and most of them were on farm properties and that as well. The one we did was out on a shearing property, sheep property, where they had all the shearers come out, And they had a lot of dongers out there, you know, little domiciles or housing domiciles for you to sleep in. That'd be for the shearers, you know, to come in when the sheep need to be sheared, and they'd have a room to stay in, all that sort of stuff. So we stayed there. We were out there for like a week on this property. All the stuff had been dropped off and that. And that was awesome being out there. Except it was a little bit weird at one particular moment. There was one moment that was a little bit concerning. We were sitting... so these people had a patio, but we were building a bigger patio to the opposite side of the house. And it turned out the opposite side of the house that we were building a patio on happened to be the side where their laundry door was, their sliding door for their laundry. And it also had a couple of windows along that side of the house as well. Actually, it had one big window and no curtains, drapes or sunblocks or anything. Just straight see through that window straight into the bathroom where the shower and the toilet and the bidet was. They were on a farm. They didn't have neighbours. They didn't bother putting curtains up. And it's very hard to try and concentrate working when you got to you're trying your hardest not to look at the house. So you're walking in directions that make you look awkward because there's a man and a woman taking turns taking morning dumps, getting ready for showers. It's like, oh, I did not fucking sign up for this shit. Oh, fuck. You got people working. Put a sheet up or something. I'm sorry, but come on, man. I get it. This is your farm, your privacy, but we're here doing a job, man. It was very fucking distracting. It's like, I don't want to look that way. That man's leaning forward. Obviously, he doesn't like the bidet. How do you know? He's wiping his ass. Come on, can we just go up the back there and grab some screws? I've got all the screws we need. No, we need more screws. Let's get more screws. I think I need a new tech pit. We need a new tech pit. Let's go to the Bunnings shops and get a new tech pit. No, we'll go at lunchtime. No, I think we should really fucking go now. Can we go now? I want to go now. No worries there, Taz, mate. Take it easy. I'm going to go this way and see what we can find. I'm not trying to engage in any zombies too much. I'm just trying to look for a vehicle. Might be one up at that. So far, I've been able to see from a distance and shit like that whether there is one or not. Most of the patios I put I put up and that, they didn't take anything longer than a week to put up. And if they took any longer, that was because, we'd have the patios dropped off, like flat pack dropped off, all your metal and all your hardware and all that, your bill of ingredients and that dropped off. And so many times there'd be something fucking missing that would delay us. Sheet metal or the tech screws or rivets or fucking downpiping or corner joints for guttering, stuff like that. And then, because I don't know whereabouts you are, Tony, in the world, but being in Australia, if you don't, sometimes the product will get dropped off about a month and a half before we even arrive to build it. And because we got other jobs, you got other jobs on, you finish off what you start first before you move on to the next. And so that's what we did. And there were so many times we'd turn up and the stuff would be sun-baked. Had that clear plastic stuff that they put over your rails and your sheets and all that sort of stuff to stop them from sort of getting scratched up, that protective plastic sheet they put on it that you have to peel off. So many times that shit just wouldn't peel off. And you'd spend most of the day using your Stanley blade trying to just very carefully get a corner of the fucking plastic up without scratching the paint. Man. Always used to irritate the shit out of me. There's probably a simple solution to get it off quick and easy, but fucked if I know what it was. No change there then. Yeah, see? Yeah, no, that plastic, so I always wondered, was it because we're in a hot area or is it different in a colder area? Like if, I don't know whereabouts you are, but if people are in England or anything like heat gun, yeah, maybe. Maybe that would have worked. Because that stuff that they put on them is mostly that powder shit, isn't it? They're powder coated. That fucking, most of the paint shit that goes on it. It's like that powder coat shit, dunk them in the powder, bake it, they bake it on. So the heat gun should be right. Yeah, never thought of that. Actually, I don't think we ever had a heat gun on site due to the fact that it wasn't really a normal tool we used. I don't remember ever seeing one. To get the decals off the bikes. Yeah, I suppose that would have worked. Man, I don't know why I never thought of that. Oh, that's right. I'm kind of an idiot. I wasn't the boss. I was working for someone. So, I just shut my mouth and did as I was told. Being your own boss is good. It's also boring. Too much responsibility. I haven't found a leather sewing kit yet. I'm not checking every single location where there could be a car, truck, or whatever's in the game. I don't know what's in it. Did see something about motorbikes possibly coming in, but I don't think they're in at the moment, are they? Nah. Not in standard standalone. Nah, West Coast, man. Yeah, Western Australia. In the South region. So like Bridgetown and Donnybrook and Bunbury and that area. Yeah, being your own boss gives you headaches. Being not the boss gives you headaches too, because sometimes you don't have the ability to go, oh, shut up. I'm not doing it. It's just like, well, if you're not doing it, you're not getting paid. Fine. Be like that. Yeah. I had a good relationship with my boss. He was good. It was fun. He was a funny bloke. Okay, what have we got in here? What did I just say? I haven't found a leather sewing kit yet. And then bada boom, bada bang, and a leather sewing kit. All right. She a dirty hoe. Oh, probably won't be too much good loot where I am right now. This server's only became operational on. You know what? I'm just going to shut up, Tony. I'm just going to shut right the fuck up because there I was thinking not good loot, and then look, I'm just finding fucking. Never mind. I'm just going to shut up, eh? Don't listen to me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I was about to say, no, I've only just opened up the server on Friday. And I haven't been out very much, and it's got its original loot cycle time on it, and blah 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 blah. Check out my beard, and yeah, all of a sudden, here we are finding good shit. So, guess I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Go across road for good stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. But that spot's not on my. That's not on my thingy to check. That's someone else's job to check over there. I pretty much know where all the good places are to look and that. I generally don't look in every single house or anything like that. I found that it's not necessary to look at every single home. Let's drink that. Now I'm going to go up this way. I'm going to go up to the railway track, and we're going to follow that along. Oh, yeah, there's a method to my madness. See you on your next travels. No worries, mate. Take it easy. Yeah, there's a method to my madness here. I know it might not seem like I have much of a plan, but I promise I do. Okay, we've got 2.5 hours until the next reset. Ah, there it is. All right. Right. It is time for a smoke. Oh. If I don't stretch every so often, I just feel like I'm just seizing up in my chair. So every now and then I will sit down and I'll have a drink a bit coffee, have a smoke, and do anything I need to do because if I don't, I just start feeling worse and worse. So I got to move around every now and then. Oh, happy Monday morning to people. It's going to go to Tony's channel there. And let me give Tony a subscribe. There we go. He said he puts decals on his motorbikes. So that's cool. I've never been good on motorbikes. BMX, mountain bikes, races, yeah, no worries. Motorbikes, no. Nah, brain just can't figure out the gears. I know, was it clicking up to go to up gear, down, whichever one. I know, in my brain I know what I'm supposed to do, but coordination-wise, I've just never been able to do it. Just never been able to do it. My mate tried teaching me how to ride a bike one time. I was in my 20s. Take the bike out across the road. He lives across the road from this bush area where there's some salt lakes and shit. We take the bike over there. And I'm on it. He was like, just go slow and all that. And then I was like, yep. And I start trying to take off. Not fast, just slow. And the bike just started coming to a slow stop. And I was like, couldn't figure out what I needed to do. And got confused. And all of a sudden, me and the bike just leaned over and went plonk up against the fence and just stuck there. And I was like, how am I doing? My mate's like, you're a fucking lost cause. But, yeah, I knew that before hopping on. No, I'm not. So many things that I'm really good at. This just heavily outnumbered by the things that I am nowhere near good at. Well, especially with those things that I shouldn't even be in the... I have no business even trying some of these things. Ogly doggly. Well, now we're going to go... I'm going to go back this way. Or should I just continue going that way? No. I definitely should go back this way. Boom, 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 boom. Oi! What the fuck are you doing on my table? Go on the curtain. Spider. There's a spider just walking across my table. I just picked it up, put it on the curtain. Oh, before anybody thinks, wait, you're Australian, you just picked up a spider and put it on. It was a daddy long legs, guys. Chill. Chill the fuck out. It wasn't funnel web or anything. I'm not fucking insane. I do like the fact that I found 2 mountain backpacks out here. Normally where I find them out here anyway. Could be something in here. I might check quickly. There won't be a car or anything, but it could be something like a tin of food or... What's that? Is that a... That's a knife sheath. Let me have it. Let me have it. Let me have it! You suck! There's a knife sheath right there, but it will not let me have it. Fucking glitch. Mother. Fuck. Alright. That's the way you want to play. Till you can play at that game. I don't want your stupid knife sheath. So I checked along most of the east coast, and I've checked partial south coast, not fully. Checked that way, and this just going through my head where I've checked for cars already. Given their spawn-in times and stuff like that, they wouldn't have spawned in new ones yet or anything. So it's not going to be like anything there. There's zombies here sometimes, isn't there? I mean, if not, this would be a decent play. Ah, there he is. Yeah, I knew there was one here somewhere. Right. Don't you start forming. I want to get where I need to go without getting wet. And the reason why I'm going back is the food situation. That, and I want to go back to the military base and have a look around at a couple of other things as well. Do, 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 do. It could be fruit underneath these trees. I mean, it's not just fruit that I'm after. I'm also after some ammo. I'm not... Well, you know what? Realistically, I'm not after anything in particular. I'm just getting whatever I can find and just, you know, moving it where I need to move it. Yeah, I thought that was a spot I could have went up. Oh, I heard a chicken. I was just about to say, could do with a gun cleaning kit so I could fix up my rifle. But then, I found a gun cleaning kit, so I didn't have to say shit. All right. As soon as I find a car or a truck, I'll drive around. I got the map open so I can mark down where I put stuff. I'm not bothering about looking for where cars are or anything because I already know where they all are. Where they all, well, not every single one. I'm sure I'm missing a few of them. I don't know where there's a good chunk of them spawn in. I'm not in any particular rush. If I found a car today, I was only going to chuck stuff in it, and if it was able to run, yeah, fine, cool. But no big rush. Other people coming into the server too is another reason why I don't check every single house, every single building and stuff like that because other people coming in. I don't know where everybody is. If anybody's in the server, I'm not bothering to have a look. But I don't know. I don't generally try not to interfere with people that are playing. Let them do their own thing. This server's just set up for fun and chilling in, really. On the yellow path. There's a steer stand over here and a little deer hut thingy. You might as well have a look at both of these. I ignored them on the first way down. Oh man. High insulation. high insulation, 20s and 20s. I'll grab these because someone else might need high insulation. We also don't have any mods in this server. The only thing that's been tampered with, shall we say, is the time of day / time of night. Nighttime is a lot shorter. Hey, water purifying, 3, 2. Oh well. I'll take them. Normally, we like to have a bit of fun exploring, grabbing some supplies, finding a place we want to go and build, and then, yeah. What? Oh, excuse me. Once we've sorted out all that, generally we'll switch it back. I understand why people don't like long night times. I totally get it. I like to make the night time longer than standard when I'm ready. And that's because you got night vision, right? Headlamps, torches, glow sticks, road flares, big construction lights, fires, flares for the signal flare. All that stuff you have, and I say to myself, it's a waste if it's always daytime. What's the point? You're going to carry all that stuff on you, like night vision and that, all through the day, waiting until that night time that someone set for like 10 minutes? Nah. Might as well have it set for like a couple of hours. At least then it makes sense to collect it. I'll get a generator and I'll put lights up and all that sort of stuff, and that's what they're for. So that's what I do. Each to their own. So I always give enough time for, people to get their stuff together and their bases and that all up and running and all that sort of stuff. I think Tony's Australian. There's something he said made me think he's Australian when he said he plays DayZ on a lappy. I don't think I've ever heard anybody else call a laptop a lappy other than Aussies. I could be wrong. There might be other people out there that call it a lappy as well. I only ever heard Australians refer it to that way. Australia is one of the sexiest countries there is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Australia is the sexiest country there is. Keep in mind, when I say that, I'm referring to the shape of our country. Our country looks goddamn fine. It looks like it was made just like it. It was like perfect. It looks perfect. It looks like it was designed that way. Almost. You look at all the other countries, every country, and this has got nothing to do with the, political status of countries or anything like that. Every country is awesome. Every country is awesome, and every country is fucked. They know why they're awesome, and they know why they're fucked. Even Australia. But just out of all when you look at the shapes of the countries, even New Zealand looks like an awesome country. And the way I'm referring to it as is when you look at most of the countries on a map, they're joined by the other countries, and it's really hard to get a good look of how they look. And then when you see them separately, it's hard to identify the country, unless, of course, it's like the USA or something like that. But some of the other countries, they're a bit harder to, for me anyway, I find it difficult. But the one thing that I think is true, and that is there ain't no denying Australia and New Zealand. You can't. They're such shapes that it is clear that once someone tells you that shape there, that's Australia, you probably would never forget it. I'm going to go down here. We've got to go to our barrel at that barn. How's our shoes doing? Shoes are good. Italy's got a unique shape. Shaped like a boot. Some hoity-toity fancy high heel boot. There's a joke about that. I don't think I'll say the joke. There'd be someone that would come in at the wrong moment, hear it, and think I'm, attacking a group of people. Can't have that. So, yeah. No, I think I'll keep that joke to myself at the moment. But I'll give you the setup. Why is Italy shaped like a shoe? Like a boot? I don't think I've got any Italian heritage. No, I don't. Irish, German, Dutch, West Indian, Pakistani, Cherokee, Nicaragua, Irish. Actually, Mum was basically Irish English, but Dad was everything else. So, I guess that means because I'm so mixed, I can make fun of every nationality. Some people get. I knew that. So I knew it was coming. The rain is coming again. Some people get overly sensitive when you talk about their country. They'd rather you make fun of them than their country. I suppose I can understand that. Yeah, I get it. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me, but you leave my country alone. That type of shit. Yeah, no, I get it. Get it all the time here in Australia. People worrying about animals. Hey, night vision. People worrying about animals being dangerous and all that sort of stuff. I did. I think I did. I think I put the goddamn... I did. Pick on me grandmother. Here it comes. Thank you, dipshit. See, I'm wet now, just trying to get that. Goddamn cocker-spank. I hope the backpack isn't wet. Yeah, I was under the impression that this backpack was actually waterproof at one point. It never seemed to get wet. And no, it was not waterproof. Okay, that dried up straight away. Okay. Okay. All right. Hey, what the hell? Be right back, everyone. I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'm back. And the rain didn't go away while I was away. Well, shit. Alright, let's just sit here for then. I don't want to get wet and fiddle around with drying off and all that sort of stuff. Honestly, it's a big pain in the ass. See, my pants are the same no matter what. They give 20 space, high insulation, gives 20 space, high insulation. Right. I mean, the bag's high insulation too, isn't it? Best insulation. Spacious but sort of noticeable. Yeah, of course it is, because it's spacious. Anything big with a lot of space is noticeable. One, two. Okay, yeah, 2 leather sewing kits. 1 gun cleaning kit. I kept 1 duct tape and I put 1 away, but I kept a sharpening stone as well. Alright, let's sit down. I know, I understand everyone. This is a boring part. Sitting around waiting for the rain. I mean, there are people out there that'll go, fuck the rain, I'm going to go anyway, and, you know, I'll just make a fire, and I just don't want to. I like taking these opportunities to sit back, have a chat, you know, drink my coffee. Also take the opportunity to see if anybody's live on the other iPad here. No one is at the moment. I ain't got any notifications. Let's see who's live. Hey, Loki's coming up soon. 46 minutes. God damn it, Loki. If you had started 46 minutes ago, I wouldn't have to bloody wait. Jesus Christ, mate. Sort your bloody priorities out. Loki's stream will go live. He's playing Humanity. I'm going to be honest. I like the look of the game Humanity, but Humanity. I like it, but it's just not on PlayStation. It's PC only at the moment, and until it gets on PlayStation, I can't. I got nothing to say about it. I can't. I got no opinion. I can't play it to tell anybody what I think of it. Beginning of last year, they said they were going to get. They're working on getting it on PlayStation. It's been over a year now, and last time I made a comment, one of the developers actually said, you know, blah, 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 we are trying and all that sort of stuff. And it was like, you know, you've got to give the developers a bit of a, you know, finish. No. They shouldn't have bloody said that, yeah, we're working on it. Should be soon. You know, shouldn't have mentioned it. Should just left it as, we'll look into it in the future. I just pointed out to him, regardless, I'm on PlayStation and I can't recommend the game to anyone because I can't play it. It's a audience you're missing out on. And I would love to be able to play the game. But, no, can't. That's fine, though. There's so many games out there. That's one of the best things about movies, music, video games, books, all that sort of stuff. Pick up a book. You don't like it? Put it down and pick up a different book. Eventually, you'll find a book you like. You'll find a movie you like. You'll find a song you like. You'll find a game you like. There's so many out there. I don't even think I would be able to play 1 hour of every single game that's ever been made. No, let me rephrase that. I could play an hour of every single game ever made. I don't think I could complete an hour on every single game ever made before I die. Is there more than 24 games? Yep. There's one day. More than 48? Yep. I got more than 24 just on my PlayStation. How many games does that Steam have on it? That's what it's called, right? Steam. How many games that got on it? Hundreds. Thousands. I think PlayStation's got thousands as well. Oh, I only just realised what humanity did with their lettering. They went and did what DayZ did. They made a zombie in the middle of the letter. Oh, yeah, that's clever. Unless they never... Yeah. Come up with that on their own, I bet. Oh, man. Come on, rain. Just out of curiosity, how many cans of drink did we just pick up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cans of drinks we got on us. Scoop dip 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 do 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 do. Oh, I went and checked out my mate Jimmy. He just put a little short scene up from one of his video games, and he put it to the music by Talking Head, Burning Down the House. Now that's stuck in my head. Cheers, Jimmy. Nah, it's good actually. I don't mind that song. I don't mind Talking Heads. It's, three things, involve head. Talking head, smoking head, getting head. Anyway. If you're new to this channel, it does say not recommended for children. You may have realised why. It's 1:20 a.m. in the morning. I will be jumping off shortly, but I want to at least get myself ready for the next journey. Normally I bring a fire barrel out here and I'll put it just across the road on the other side of the runway there, just directly in front of us, but on the other side of the grass, not this side, but the other side. And I put it there, and generally I'll light a fire and burn everything that I don't pick up, like that I don't need. I'll pick it up and I'll put it in the barrel, and when it's full, I'll burn it all off. I generally do that because I like to keep my server neat. Normally, I don't do that at the very beginning though. I'll just fill barrels up and tents up and stuff like that. And then eventually I'll just go, all right, cool, let's start burning them off. And I think it's probably set to where barrels can't be destroyed and tents can't be destroyed and bases can't be destroyed. Just for while people are building and all that sort of stuff. I can't remember. So Pika set it up. That's right, I got the wife to do it because I couldn't figure it out. I mean, we caught a bit of a break. So far, we've only had one massive rain. This is the second one. And we've been on for what? 4 hours now. 4 hours and 4 minutes. So, you know, we're doing pretty good. It is now officially 1:23 a.m. Monday, 16th of February 2026 in Western Australia. It is... Yep, tomorrow's my birthday. Not sure if I'll actually stream tomorrow night or not. Probably won't stream right away. I have 2 anniversaries a year. I have the anniversary of when I started going out with my wife. Well, 3. I have the anniversary of when I met my wife, the anniversary of when I started going out with my wife, and then our anniversary of when we got married. One is on the 10th of February. One is on my birthday, the 17th of February. And the other one happens to be the 31st of October. Halloween. Rain's going to come back again because look at those clouds. Just want to make sure that there's nothing I'm missing. That's a butt stock, a hand gale, there's another butt stock or polymer grip. I mean, I'll grab that because it is worth grabbing. See this knife? There we go. One extra space. Was it worth it? Meh. I actually need that ammo. For the gun I got. I knew that rain hadn't gone away. You know what? You know what I think? I think we might just risk it. Nah, it's raining too heavy. I should have left earlier. I mean, I was barely in the rain and I got wet. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do is while I wait,
folks never lose a toe, others lose a hand. There's lots of folks that have no balls and one-eyed men throughout the land. Now some folks lost their dicks in wars while others just misplaced. But poor old Hank, his wiener's gone, but he's still first place. Hank might have lost his penis, but he left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but he left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but he left a 7-inch stump. But that's alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Well, the girls, they don't believe it. They all come for a gander. Hank can't go in public, oh, the women will all mean her. A long time ago, Hank's Willie's gone, so he was bummed. But the girls, they didn't give a shit. They just loved the stunt. Hank might have lost his penis, but he left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but he left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have that's alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Well, Hank had a little accident with a combine harvester. But Hank's one tough son of a bitch, he just laughed it off at first. And some men, when they lose their dicks, they just cry in a week. But Hank, he was okay with it, he was still on top of the heap. Hank might have lost his penis, but it left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but it left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis.
G'day, Loki. How you going, mate?
And that's alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Well, no, Hank's married to a girl. She loves him all the more. And I know what you're thinking, but no, she's not a whore. See, Hank's your best friend, and she loves him dearly. And it helps that Hank's a motherfucker, and she gets it yearly.
Ah, you're right, man. I'm doing very good, man. I think this is the first time in a while I've actually been excited for my birthday tomorrow. First time in a long time.
Now some folks say that Hank is dead, but no, he's doing fine. He's living up in Maine somewhere, but I see him from time to time. He's got his wife and his children now, and his work is never done. And I know he never missed his wiener, he just loved his stuff.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Hank might have lost his penis, but it left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but it left a 7-inch stump. Hank might have lost his penis, but it left a 7-inch stump. And that's alright with the ladies. Alright with the ladies. Alright.
G'day, I'm just here.
Alright with the ladies. Hank has a 7-inch stump where his penis should be.
That was a song I wrote. I wrote the lyrics, but then I used the AI to actually help me get the music and the singing done. It's a funny song. It's based on an old joke. For anybody interested in listening to it, that's it there. I uploaded it onto YouTube yesterday morning. Anybody wants to use that song for anything, feel free. You will not get a copyright strike from me. I will not do that to anyone that uses any of the music that I put up on my channel. So if you wish to use it, share it, react to it, whatever, go right ahead, everybody. You are fine to do so. So the joke goes, there was a guy, right, and he was like, oh, you know, got to go away for a while and my wife's going to be home alone. And his next door neighbour said, oh, I'll look after her for you. And he's like, you sure? And he's like, oh, mate, look, I had my dick shot off in war, mate. You don't have to worry about anything from me. So the guy's like, all right then. Anyway, he goes away, comes back 3 months later, and he comes into his own home, and what does he find? The next door neighbour in bed with his wife. And he's like, well, I thought you fucking had your dick shot off in war. Yeah, left a 7-inch stump. So I figured, I want to turn that joke into a song. So I did. Why not? Can't play guitar like I used to be able to. My hand doesn't work properly, so, you know. That's what AI is good for, guys. AI is not the enemy. It's how people use AI that can be the enemy. But it's not an enemy itself. Alright, we're going to go now. I mean, the town I'm heading towards just got gassed. Which is ironic because the song I'm listening to is another one I made up called Gaslit. When I took my break from YouTube for a month and a half, or 2 months, I was writing music. I was writing lyrics for songs and then trying to find the right music to go with them. Ah, look at that. Chopper crash. No, it's a tree. Yep. That town got hit. Gassed out. Well, that's shit, because I was going to go over there and fill up my water bottles. Have you seen my mind? It's been a long night. Have you seen my mind? Have you seen my mind? Have you seen my mind? 15 minutes and Loki goes live. All right. I hear chicken. There it is. I didn't even touch it and it ran away. That's what she said. Now that town has got hit. Looking through the smoke, I'm trying to stay close to you. There's a lot of folks, but I'm still alone. It's true. My brain's sick and I know. Oh, the light shines where I go. Oh, but I'm still in the dark. Still in the dark. I'm feeling low, I need to stay close to you. Hiding in plain sight is what I do. It's true. My brain's sick and I know. Oh, the light shines where I go. Oh, but I'm still in the dark. Still in the dark. Can't ring them out. Nope.
say the eyes are the windows to the soul. They must have never looked in mine. They must have never been in my mind. In my mind. I used to be the guy that was back in the light, and now I can't even seem to find the night. All these stars and these cars and these other pretty people that I can't recognize. All I wanna do is just get back in the light, back in the light. Back in the light. I used to be the guy that was back in the light, and now I can't even seem to find the night. All these stars and these cars and these other pretty people that I can't recognize. All I wanna do is just get back in the light, back in the light. Yeah, I just wanna be back in the light. Back in the light.
It's drying out everything now. Yeah, I'm just listening to some music while I dry out. Waiting for another 7 minutes for Loki's stream to start, and I'll switch over to his stream on the other channel so I can watch that.
In the darkness, in the darkness.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't know how long it's take. There we go. We're dry. Are you a good mushroom or a baddie? You're a bad.
Please do not forget me. I hope I will be around. Please do not forget me. Oh, I hope I will be around. I've got this feeling I can't believe in my mind. This feeling I cannot believe in my mind.
I mean, what am I missing? Let's grab a couple of these. Stick that knife there. I'll stick that sewing kit there. One minute, and then Loki's stream will go up. I'll have to put a manual link into the chat because at the moment Streamlabs is being a little bit of a bitch. And I do have a lot more songs that I'm working on. You know, it can take me a good few weeks to come up with some decent lyrics. Once I've got the lyrics, then I run them through the AI system to give those lyrics their own voice and set them to music and all that sort of stuff. I know some people have a disdain against using AI, but it is what it is. I'm going to turn that off now. I'm going to go to that one there because Loki's has just started. Hey! I lost my rock.
Hey, what's up, wonderful people? How's it going? And welcome back to some humanity.
That's Loki you can hear in the background there, everyone.
Gift of membership, Matt. I really appreciate the support. Ever so kind of you. Thank you. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope you're all doing fantastic. I put a notification out in the Discord, as some of you probably would have seen. Others of you maybe not. It was not in Discord, but going forward, each Sunday now will be a public stream, and the horror streams that the wonderful wife sets up for me will become a members-only stream. I want to obviously share, there's a lot of stuff with humanity I've got planned. There's a brand new video coming out tomorrow. For those of you that are interested, I've gone through every single profession, weapons, and survival skill, broke them down, gave you kind of my opinions of what I think is good, especially for solo play. And if you're in a group, obviously it becomes a little bit easier. So keep your eyes out for that video that comes out tomorrow. And there's plenty more in the pipeline. It's busy, chat. We're busy, but it's good. So I thought for today, it would be good to, I put out a video around about 5-6 months ago of a beginner guide, which is, since 1.0 has come out, has blown up again. And I still actually genuinely believe that that video is still very relevant. And it's something I'm going to go through today live with you guys. Let's see how we do. We're going to jump in, we're going to do that spawn, and I'm going to see how we get on. And, well, you guys will probably laugh at me with dreams and stuff, but still, we are going to jump straight into a new game. This is my wonderful character. I'm going to start with Firefighter. Now, you'll see tomorrow, I do explain in the video, there's some really good, I mean, the professions are all pretty good, but there's some ones that really, I really like. And Firefighter is one of them because the first skill you can unlock gives you 10% more damage to Zeke with an axe, and you do start with an axe with this profession. And obviously the Loki axe in the game kind of helps a bit, but it's not just that. There's some other really good perks, which I will explain to you guys when we jump in, but this is what we're going to go for, Firefighter. No afflictions for this one, people. And I'm going to go through Survivor. We'll go into this, you know, if you are brand new to the game, I would highly recommend like going in rookie or even doing custom and set it up yourself to make it just a little bit easier while you try and get used to it. But each of their own. If you're generally good at these types of games, then feel free to go head first and see how it goes. But yeah, anyway, it is good to see you all as always. It'd be interesting to see how this goes. Let's do I don't know, let's do Loki new form. That would be fine. That'll be fine. The tone, yes, the tone. But yeah, it's good to see you all. It is indeed. Zombie, obviously the Wife, TR, Crimson, Matt, anybody else. I'm sorry if I've missed you, but welcome. I hope you were good, everyone in the background as well. And thank you for being here today. So, this one, West Road Spawn, this was the one I did the video of.
I was going to cook this stuff up first, and I'll drop Loki's link in. Actually, I'll go find it now.
So,
it's not hard to do.
We're going to jump into the West Road Spawn. What's up, New? How's it going? Just started playing, found your starter guide. I'm looking forward to this stream. I appreciate that. I kind of doing it because I generally believe that the video still is relevant. There's a lot of people that have different opinions on where to spawn and stuff, but West Road Spawn still, to me, feels a really strong place to spawn, just because you've got the small town behind you. You're going to get your car, a high chance of getting a bigger backpack than obviously the starter area. But we're going to see how I survive in this, because the last time I did it was on a video. Yeah, this might go very different, but we'll see. So here we go. Okay, let's have a look. So, where's my mouse? Mouse? Why do I not? There we go. Put markers all over the map. So, West, by the way, I've also created a full map that's got no fog of war. I plan to post that in my Discord first. I've just got to update some of the notes on the map, but I have done a fully unlocked map, which will be labelled where all the towns and stuff are for you guys, which will hopefully help guide you around. I have hardcore HUD on. I will turn it off for this because I love hardcore HUD. But as you can see, look, we start with an axe, and if I just show you on here, here's Johnny, which is a very good starting base, gives you 10% additional damage with axes. But the biggest ones for me on here, especially if you're a solo player, but even for a group, this one here, Cleaner, 50% increased damage using all fire weapons, Molotovs, the flamethrower. Like, honestly, guys, this is huge for you to gather Zeeks if you find the alarm clock, or you want to just create a distraction and burn them. This is going to be massive for you. So, yeah, like I say, hope it helps.
Got another pair to cook for this one.
Probably not going to do all of the tasks in the bottom left.
That's Loki's stream in the background there, people can hear. The link's in the chat there. I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to jump off so I can sit back and watch the rest of Loki's stream. And might even try and catch a couple of Zeds, seeing as how...
Not bad condition, battery start, fan belt. Not too shabby. Let's craft this knife to start with anyway. So, we'll check this house out here. We'll push to that house, and then I'm going to show you guys, like, again, you are pretty much safe to smash the windows in your starter fireplace. This is pretty good. There's a fireplace already here. So something else that will obviously help you get on nowadays, you can obviously dismantle a lot of stuff in the house. So being able to get yourself a hammer, you can just craft one.
Oh, really?
And,
Had 4 pieces of wood on there, and you can't even...
wood, nails.
It's so shit trying to cook all your food on this thing. I'll get this cooked because there's still heat coming off it.
Or it's got some more in it. What I tend to do, now is I will stash stuff in the car. Especially here, you will get a car. I will stash certain items in the car that I'm not really massively fussed about for now. I would like to get a bow and arrow, so before we push into the little town, one thing that we will definitely do is get
Don't know why all of a sudden I had a heat symbol going down.
We'll get ourselves lots of arrows and a bow.
So... Yeah, okay.
I know, like I say, some of you would have obviously seen the start.
Just going to mute this for a second. Shout out to everyone to come through. I'm just here. Loki and I'm sure Sophia would have been around the background there. Shout out to you. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to Tez. Shout out to Twisted. That was a good chat with you guys. Shout out to Saucy. Shout out to Jen. I can't get through the whole chat. That's a fucking long ass chat. Damn, that's just fucking... Don't worry, guys. I enjoy reading the chat and all that sort of stuff, but when you're scrolling up trying to figure out where the end is, you can go through and say hello to everybody and goodbye to everybody. It's bloody long. Big shout out to the wonderful and lovely Topeka, who helped set up the server. And a big shout out to all the people lurking in the background there. I'll be back again. I'll probably be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday, but I'll probably still be back anyway just for a couple of hours. I won't do a long stream, but I will come in just for a couple of hours, say good day to everybody and all that sort of stuff. So big shout out to you all, and I'll catch you all later on. I'm out and dot and dust. See ya.